Morning. Right, morning. I'm just going to be very brief and share a link. I've been looking at this kind of thing not for a massive long time, but I've been looking at it over the last year or so. I'm going to share the link to you. I would encourage you to have a look at what these are. I couldn't be bothered with generating a posh image for me live stream. Let's have a look. Yeah, share screen. I'm just boiling the kettle. I'll put this on screen. Hold on. Make sure it's on there. You can see by the title, it's something on kick. I don't know if you pronounce it chiasms or chiasm or chiasm. You'll have to go to a dictionary. I don't think it matters too much one way or the other. CHIASM. It's in the title there. You can Google it or grok it or whatever it is you do. Yeah, hold on. I'm not an expert on these, by the way. I'm not pretending to be. My kettle's boiling, so cup of tea's more important than talking to you. Now, those disgusting individuals have ended their stream. I wasn't waiting for them to do so. I was doing something. Not that it matters that much, really. I mean, the lies I've heard from the free gracers over the last couple of days is, well, it's not beyond belief, but I mean, truth, they can't stop. And yeah, that's up to them. I don't want to force somebody to not do something or force anybody to do anything. I had a look at Bill's live stream last night. The guy is an absolute fool in the worst way. Anyway, I'm going to leave that. I'll come to that later. No rush. Just throwing my tea bags in the bin now that they've. I wonder if I need any milk. There. Probably have to go and get some, but anyway. Oh, I've got a tin there. Yeah. Anyway, I hope you're well. I hope you have a good day. Genuinely, hope you have a good day, good weather. I don't want to curse anybody or make anybody's life a misery. And I don't mind people disagreeing with me, just do it politely. Give over with the poisonous rhetoric like Ryan comes out with sometimes. He thinks he's got the angle on everybody. He's got knowledge, but he's got no wisdom to apply it. Doesn't it seems like anyway? And thank you, Frank King's Table, for your disingenuity and being a bastard. I was told about you, what was it, 3-4 years ago? Perhaps 5? And I hadn't realised at the time. I thought, and I wasn't trying to be clever. Oh no, I'll come to that later. I mean, yeah. Now I've got a link here. Hopefully it's not one of those long links. I'll put a shortened link in, and you can have a look at these chiasms. Google the name. I'm not trying to be rude. Just Google the name. It's in the title of the video here, and go and have a look. I'll go to the. Is there a home page? No, yeah. I mean, that link's good enough. I'll put a short link in as well. There you go. I mean, I can't explain how all this is done, and I think it is useful. Have a look at it. If you're studying a text of scripture, just, especially if it's a whole chapter or something, find out what a chiasm, however you want to pronounce it, right? And if you're studying a particular chapter or a couple of verses today, broaden it out a bit. This is Revelation chapter 11, 7-12, this page here. The structure of the chiasm is that the verses are in such a way. I think you'd be better off going and finding out for yourself, actually. There's a sort of structure to them, in the sense of it reiterates it, but then reverses it. Yeah. Anyway, I'll leave it at that. The link's there. I don't know if that's Ben there watching. Ben, yeah. How are you? I had a quick look at Bill's video. The guy is absolutely beyond disgusting, Ben. And so is Frank, King's Table. I was just saying 2 minutes ago, I was warned about Frank like 4 or 5 years ago. Could have been 4 years. Oh, don't talk to Frank. Don't talk to King's Table. He's a devil. He's a devil. And Ben, if you know anything about me, when somebody tries to tell me not to talk to somebody, I'm probably going to go and talk to them. Mostly. I don't like people doing that. I honestly, Ben, I mean, I may have done. I don't think I've ever tried to tell you not to talk to someone, Ben. And I thought it was unfortunate that you did and ill-advised or whatever. I'm not trying to whitewash it now. It doesn't matter. It's not important. But I wouldn't want to force somebody to not go somewhere or to go somebody and talk to them. I just don't want to be in charge of anybody, Ben. I don't. Yeah, he did lie about you, and he treated your testimony like it's a pile of garbage. The guy is a liar. And he says he doesn't want to ever talk to me again. Well, I'll make that easy for you, Bill. You disgusting, despicable, two-faced shit. Because when you talk to somebody that Bill hates or does not like, whatever description you want to put on it, he will treat you like garbage, like shit. And he will conflate you with them or what he thinks they are. If Bill, that big head, that pompous, pious fraud, thinks somebody is a certain thing, like a potato or whatever it is, right? If you actually talk to the guy, he will conflate you with whatever he thinks they've done in the past, which is beyond ridiculous. And he accused me of condoning that kind of behaviour. I don't and never have. So you are a pile of dirt, Bill. You are a liar. You are a hypocrite. And you are a pious fraud. And so is Sam Thickshades. And you bringing out the big panda, the big bishop. And everybody was supposed to be scared that Sam, who you don't want to upset Sam. I couldn't care less if Sam gets upset. And King's Table, you are a hypocrite. I don't care whether you like it or not. I've had decent conversations with you in the past. And I noticed you was in that stream, Bill saying that kind of thing about me, saying that kind of thing about Ben, right? And he did not say a word against it, Ben. Frank was in there. Grace, KJV. And he was in Smokey's last night. He was talking to Smokey. Did he get accused of condoning PDF, whatever? No, he didn't. And he couldn't even speak up for me. And Stephen Black was in the side chat there. He heard all that. I'm assuming that I have to because he was in the side chat, right? He didn't say a thing either. He knows perfectly well I don't condone that. Bill, you were never a friend. You are a hypocrite. You are a liar. And you are a pious fraud. You cannot be trusted, Bill. And I never did anyway, because you know I've always said I don't trust anybody. Just going to read Ben's comments here. I don't know. So the writing's a bit small. Oh, yeah. He told everyone, yeah, Ben got saved. Yeah. Yeah, Bill is a liar, Ben. I know it. Believe me, I really know it. Especially now. And really, I hadn't intended to go and talk to Smokey. What I got, the reason I cut off all contact on Facebook, Ben, as Bill mentioned, is because Bill started on the Smokey stuff again. And I thought, oh no, please, on and on. I mean, like Tom Dude and Olive used to do it a year or two ago. They've been doing it for the last 2 or 3 years. As soon as you mention Smokey, the cudgels and the burning torches and whatever come out, virtue signalling. And I thought, oh no, I don't want anything to do with this. I don't want to be in a live stream. And then he starts that, and I'm just going to leave because I didn't want to be rude. You know, we do a so-called Bible study, Bible reading, that kind of thing, right? And I thought, Bill's back on it again. He says he forgives Smokey, and yet he doesn't even act like he does. So I thought on Facebook, I don't want anything to do with it. You get on with it. I'm not interested. I don't want to be dragged into that boring remedial stuff again. So, you know, that was it really. And then, yeah, he does want to control people, Ben. I'm glad you've got on it. Yeah, he is. Ben, he is a tosser. Absolutely. So is Frank. Frank, you are the weakest link. I thought you had a bit more backbone than that. And I still believe that to a certain extent. But after watching you in Bill's live stream last night, after having had a conversation with Smokey, you didn't get accused of condoning certain things, whatever it is, right? And you couldn't, when Bill was saying that stuff about me and Ben, even though you've got a bit of beef with Ben, I don't know what that's about exactly, right? You couldn't speak out against him saying that. You hypocrite. You two-faced piece of garbage. Literally, Frank. And I've had quite a lot of conversation with Frank. couple of hundred hours. I know, Frank, King's Table. Free Grace, KJB. Free Grace. Now I call it Free Grace Taliban. What do you think of that one, Ben? And Isaac, if you're listening, I'm not a Free Gracer. I'm not adopting the label. I listened to your video the other day, and I just had to click off because after the first minute, even within the first minute, you were talking garbage. After that crap music that you played, Pixie. So, Frank, you know, I don't know if you remember this, Ben. You might not do. I was in the studio with about 4 or 5, maybe 3 or 4 Denlinger crew, you know. And Frank came in the side chat. Oh, I wouldn't mind having a conversation with you, this, that, and the other. And then certain other Denlinger guys came in. I'm not going to tell you who, it doesn't matter, because they've changed their tune, I think, not because of me. Oh, don't talk to Frank, he's a devil, he's this and that. They tried to tell me not to talk to him. So what did I do? I had a conversation with him. I invited him in. They hated that. They all left. And then Matthew, I can't remember his last name. I'm not going to give it anyway, I don't think. Had a conversation, they reconciled, they acknowledged each other as being saved and this, that, and the other, you know. If only I'd recorded that. I lost friends because of that, Frank. And they were decent people, generally. I'm not going to tell you who. Right, you know anyway. Anybody else listening won't do. I lost friends over that. And they turned on me. So, like, that just illustrates the point that it's a very bad idea to trust anybody. And we've had some good conversations. And now what does he do? Bill's upset because I had a conversation with Smokey. And I had a bit of a debate with Veckel, which I'm not going to whinge about. Right? And then Smokey wouldn't even let me land my plane because he knew where I was going with that conversation with Veckel. And I would have illustrated Veckel's hypocrisy. Can't remember even the subject now. It's episode 8 on Smokey's. So anyway, I don't condone PDF. You heard Bill saying that. You was in that stream, Steve. You know I'm not. I don't condone nappy snapping. Why didn't you say something in the side chat? You'd have been kicked out of the side chat. That's why. Frank didn't speak against what Bill was saying. Frank, as far as I'm concerned, and Bill are a pair of TURDS turds. That is what they are. They were never a friend. Bill is completely stupid, Ben. I mean, me and you might disagree on a couple of things now and again, here and there, minor sort of trivialities. But nobody's going to say, oh, Bob agrees with everything Ben says, and Ben agrees with everything Bob says, or whatever. Oh, I forgot that comment. Yeah, Frank spoke to Smokey, and when he did, Bill rebuked Frank. No, he didn't. Of course not. Yeah, they will do. The Free Gracers or the Free Grace Taliban will only stick up for each other, and they won't argue, they won't point out the error or the lie. And they're obviously lying about me and you, Ben. Neither of us, neither I or Ben, condone PDF stuff. We don't. I definitely don't. I tell you what, Tom, Bill, if you ever end up in jail, right, this is a word of advice to you. If you ever end up in jail, and frankly, I don't care if you ever do, Don't be accusing people of crap like that, mate, unless you're right, because that's not going to be fun for you. You fat, nauseating, pompous piece of lying crap. You've made an enemy of me. Now, I'm not going to say that you're not saved, Bill. I'm not going to talk to you. I don't want to. Why do you think I cut off communication with you on Facebook 2 or 3 months ago? Because I knew you was going to get on the bandwagon of having a go at Smokey Saint every 10 minutes for 10 minutes. You moron! Right, cretin. That's why. And that's before I even had a conversation with Smokey. And I wasn't going to. At least I hadn't planned it at that time, at that point in time. And I'd actually said in that post on my Facebook, oh, I'll come back in 12 months. I might talk to you then. And in between, obviously, I thought, sod it, I'm going to see what happens when I go in and talk to him. I wasn't going to. I was in the side chat. And now they've started the same garbage that they're doing on the Free Grace channel. They've all got dude glasses on Tom Dude and Olive's channel. And now everybody wants name their channel after unit. News unit, Fro unit, the Smoky unit. That is not going to. I told them all, F off, piss off, don't want anything to do with it. It's pathetic. I'm not, Ben, I can assure you, hopefully, I've never taken Bill's advice. Pope Bill, yeah. And Tom was over there. Yeah, another fraud, another flip-flopper. Pope Bill. Yeah, Pope Bill gets to decide if he's saved or not, yeah. Yeah, he should be a Catholic, really. Yeah, well, me and Steve know what chomos get treated like in jail. I don't condone chomos, Steve. And they're saying that over on Bill's. I don't know what you make of that. And frankly, I'm a little bit, I'm not going to say. I noticed that you gave them $20. Not Bill, I mean praise. I wouldn't give them tuppence. If somebody said to me, Bob, I'll give you £1 million or $1 million if you donate $20 to Tom's channel, I wouldn't do it. I'd tell them to F off. I wouldn't do it. Now, I've had a word with Tony Cato as well, that hypocrite. And they are tagged under this video. Absolute hypocrite. Tony Cato, F off. I don't want a conversation with you. You cannot be trusted. You cannot be trusted. There's things that you don't know that you don't know. There's things that you don't know that you don't know. Really? And have you noticed, well, Ben's noticed, I've certainly noticed over the last year or so, because he just got me attention focused, sort of. They can't correct each other. They won't. They can't, because they'll get kicked out of the Free Grace Taliban community. I'm going to make a smoke anyway. You want to support them, Steve? Fine. If they said that kind of thing about you, Steve, what do you think I would do? Ask yourself that question. I'm not having a go at you. You talk to who you want. You don't donate to who you want over there. Not complaining. And believe me, I really aren't. Ask yourself what you believe I would do if they said something like that about you. if they accused you of condoning, or if some other person accused you of condoning chomos, I would be extremely angry with them. I wouldn't like that. I would say something about that. Bill doesn't respect you anyway, Stephen. How's about that? And and I have heard it myself, and I wouldn't lie about it, Steve. Right, Tom, and I've heard him saying that kind of thing. I don't know if I've got a recording of it. Tom is a Holocaust denier. How's that? Yeah, oh, he is. And I was there on a live stream while he's doing that, while he's saying that crap. He is a nasty, evil person. It's Tom, Dude, and Olive. But as far as I'm concerned, they are SHIT. Why? Anyway, I appreciate any donations that anybody sends my way. I always do. Always do. I'm not going to lick your boots, though. I'm not going to not say something just because somebody's donated. I do appreciate the donations. Just don't expect me to say something I don't mean just to please you, because it's not going to happen. It won't. And I don't reveal who's donated. But if anybody wants to help me out, you can. If you don't, that's fine. No problem. You're still there, Ben? And Frank, I'm not your friend. I don't know whether. I mean, I'm not going to say that you're not saved. Don't try and get in a conversation with me, and don't come backstage. You'll get banned. And frankly, anybody going to Good News Gospel's channel is absolutely wasting the time. He can't be trusted. If you talk to somebody he doesn't like, that's it. Done. What was that then? Oh. I'm going to go to Bill's live stream. I'm going to make sure that people know who he is and what he is. I'm not going to play his crappy video. I'm just going to make sure you see what his channel is. In fact, I'm not even sure it's a good idea, because I don't want people going over there and joining in with it. I mean, you know, he is just 12 hours, yeah. I'll have a look at that video later. Oh, where's Bill's live stream garbage gone? I wonder if he's deleted that stream. I wonder. What's that pig done with it now? Has he got rid? GNG resurrected. A mobile touch. Hope you're listening. You sack of crap. Faced hypocrite. I wasn't being two-faced with you, Bill, when I cut off all communication on Facebook. It wasn't personal. You took it personal. I don't know. I'm not even bothered. I don't even care. Why am I even mentioning it? Oh yeah, pigeon pie catching a spider. Moron. Yeah, we've known each other a while, Steve. I can't remember how long. Yeah, I'm going to share screen for a couple of seconds. See, this is Bill's channel. Bill's the one who thinks he's so holy. He thinks he's amusing as well, don't you, Bill? He doesn't realise how clownish he is. He really doesn't. I'll put a timestamp on this thing anyway so people can check out the idiot. At least avoid. Yeah. I do appreciate it, Steve. I'm not watching comments at the moment. Yeah, have a look at these chiasms or chiasms. I've been looking for various things. I'll put a link in again. I'll put it under the video at the end of the stream. There was a couple of other things I was going to say. Chiasmus exchange. Hopefully you can read that. Yeah. You're weird, Bill. Really. I've never been comfortable with you particularly. And that's the truth. I'm not saying that, you know, nastiness. I tried to sort of overlook it. I mean, you know, a guy that can do, I mean, he's 45, something like that. You wouldn't think so. 1 hour fat stream? Are you joking? Anyway, what's his recent post? Yeah. Nothing interesting. As usual. There you go. Right, I think I'm going to go. Are you still there, Ben? Ben? I'll put a link in if you want to come in, Ben. You want to come in when I end the stream? Yeah, what a cretin. Bill, Sam, Frank, King's Table. Yeah, pathetic. Pathetic. And I do think Sam is a bit of a virtue signaller. He likes his platitudes, don't you, Sam? Yeah, well, no, I was going to quote an old expression. Birds of a feather gather together. Yeah, that's true on Bill's channel. It wasn't true with me. I mean, me and Smokey have been shouting at each other, and, you know, I'm not in agreement with him. I don't know what his past is. I've got to believe a bunch of liars to take it seriously. Anyway, Ben, if you're not there, I'm going to end the stream. In a minute or so. I'll play this bit of music and then I'll probably go.
Sorry, your Bluetooth mode. Line and mode.
Ben, still there, are you? No? If you want to come in, Ben, you can. I'm going to end the stream. We can talk privately if you want, Ben. Ben, if you want to talk privately, come backstage and say type private in the private thing. I'll just end the stream then. If you want to speak publicly, then there's no problem. I'll wait a minute. Hold on. 1 minute. I'm just going to give Steve a planner. Ah, there we are. You want to talk private or public? Let me know in the private chat. In fact, you probably want to talk public. No. Oh, you want to go public? Okay. How do I make sure that's Ben now? I haven't got. Let me just upload this just in case I've got a porn bomber. Cause I don't recognize your icon there, Ben. No offense. I'll put this one there. Oh no, that one. That's bigger. Hello?
Bob.
Ah,
Bob.
Ben. All right.
Yeah, not too bad. You all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah. Let me just get rid of this image.
Okay. Am I coming through clear?
Oh, yeah, you're clear. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Just
So,
doing some chores in the house, but I've got a bit of time, so it's all good.
yeah. Yeah, I watched a bit of that video. I couldn't stomach much of it, to be honest with you, Ben.
No, I
mean,
can't stand that bloke's voice.
I mean, he can sit there and say, "Oh, I'm telling the absolute truth. It's true. It's true. They condone Chomo, PDF, this, that, and the other." Frank is in there, the pig, not saying a word about it, not saying a word against it. And he's absolutely lying. I've never condoned that kind of behaviour. Neither have you, Ben.
No,
Never.
I've never condoned that kind of stuff. And that's why Bill, if you're listening, you're a damn liar. He turned around and told Kevin's biblical discussions that Ben said that he burned his New Age tarot cards and then obeyed the Lord. That's not salvation. Did I say that in my life? That's heck did I. I said I believed on the gospel of Jesus Christ when it was given to me. And then after that, I saw a change because the scriptures say that the Lord gives us a new heart. He gives us a new man. We have a new man in Christ. And it was the very Lord Jesus Christ whom I believed delivered me from that after I believed the gospel. Because Bill's on beer, whatever, and all that all the time, its mind's turned to slush.
Yeah. He's ridiculous. He doesn't even know it's lies. Frank won't say a thing. As far as I'm concerned now, Frank is a piece of pig shit. Yeah. Sorry about the S word there, but that's it.
No, I can't believe Bill. It's an absolute toss. He really is a liar to say that kind of stuff. And then he wonders why people speak out against him. Do you know why? Because people have had enough of him.
Yeah, I've had a good pull. I mean, he whinged that I cut off all communication on Facebook, and I fully intended to just not bother talking or communicating with anybody and just do my own streams and stuff. Because he knew where he'd found out Smokey was going to be back within a week or so. It was about a week before that. And it's going to get started on that again, that old roller coaster. And I'm going to get sick to death of hearing it. So I didn't go in his so-called Bible study. Personally, I don't like the way he reads scripture anyway.
No.
I could go on about that, but I'm not going to.
Well, the thing is though, Frank went on to news units, spoke with Smokey. According to Bill, anybody who does that is a pedo supporter. Did Bill say anything to Frank? As heck did he?
No, he wouldn't do.
They cover each other's backsides, I'm telling you, Bob. These people are wicked.
Yeah, they will ignore lies, false teaching, all that. I've noticed that over the last 12 months or so. And really, it's like a free grace Taliban. That's what it is.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Now, Bill's heard your testimony, Bob, how you came to Christ and where you came to Christ and how you believed on the gospel. He knows how I came to Christ. I've said, do you remember the private hangouts also after Bill's streams? I actually said how I came to faith in Christ.
I probably do remember.
And I think it's on your channel. I think it's on your channel here somewhere, Bob, where in one of your videos in a live stream once I said many times that I believed on the gospel. I gave my testimony that I believed on the gospel of Jesus Christ. And after that, the Lord delivered me from the stuff I was in. That's how it worked. I didn't say the other way around as Bill lied, and I'm sure it's on your channel and another channel. I know that.
Yeah.
So I'm going to find what I can.
Yeah, he said, "Oh, you did," because he said that You said because you destroyed your tarot cards and then you believed.
Yeah, that's a lie.
Yeah. I've never heard you say anything like that, Ben, and I would remember something like that, as you know.
Yeah, and you
'Cause I'm
record it.
Yeah, I would have done, yeah.
Yeah. And it's nowhere in your recordings, is it?
No, I would remember it, Ben. Something significant like that, I would remember that.
Yeah. Yeah. The
problem
blokes.
is he's got no problem with lying about you, Ben. Or me.
No, exactly. He'll lie about you. He'll lie about everyone.
Yeah, I mean, when he had that thingy with Tom, when Tom had a conversation with Smokey, I don't know if you remember that.
I remember.
Bill got a case. I know where all the bodies are buried. I know I can, Praise backed off from it then, and he did a coping stream the next day. And Bill was in there like a clown. See, this is the problem. I'm going to upload a video here, and this will highlight really what Bill's about. And Tom, dude. I'm going to upload this video file. I played it the other day for you. You heard it. It's ridiculous. Oh, where's it gone now?
I mean, when Tom wanted to make peace with everyone, Tom wanted to make peace and reconciliation with Smokey, Bill had to get all aggressive with Tom about it, etc.
Yeah. If only I'd recorded that, or I might have done, and I forgot. I can't. I'm not going to be able to find it.
Oh, I can find it. It's on Rumble. It's on Ryan's.
Oh, is it? I'll download that and upload it. Yeah.
Yeah, have a look on Ryan's. It's on there somewhere. People say, well, why do you hang around with Ryan? Do you trust Ryan? No, we don't trust any man. As Bob keeps pointing out, it's the one we trust is Christ.
Yeah.
Truth.
That Guzman guy, is it Abram de Guzman? He's free grace now. Yeah.
Is he?
And, they treated it like a conversion, Ben. That's the way they were talking about it. I thought, he's all sad.
I'd also want to address something. I know they're listening. Bill said to Tom and his friends last night, well, Bean doesn't go to Tom's because he's a free grace devil, you see. No, that's not the reason, Bill. That's not the reason. Stop playing games. The reason is Tom, Dude and Olive, whom I made so-called peace with, when they started saying stuff about me after that, accusing me of being thing that I'm not, and all the death threats towards Brian Reed and all the stuff they said about his wife, and not only that, it's the constant garbage over there. So that's why I don't go. Nothing to do with great at all there, Bill. Yet you, Bill, and Tom and everyone there, you have no place.
Yeah, I mean that opening the scroll guy on the last, not the stream they did this morning UK time. The stream before, they was having a go at opening the scroll for saying things about Olive and Sparrow. And I think you probably remember, Ben, when Sparrow left that channel, left Tom and Tom's channel, Olive spent an hour and a half at least slagging off Sparrow, calling her all sorts. And the amount of evil that they've said about others, and I'm not white knighting for them, they don't need me to. Jess Camping, Gavin Hurliman, Kenny Rhodes, Smokey, obviously, Ryan, continual. I think they've had a go at Dave Cornell. Who else? A few others. Me, you. They keep calling you gay.
Which I'm not, by the way.
Yeah. Isaac, they had a go at this morning. And they were they were complaining really about opening the scroll. And I thought, because I call them liars in there. And I was 10 minutes behind when I put lies lies in, and they were talking about something else. They were 10 minutes ahead, if you know what I mean. And that hypocrisy is beyond belief. I mean, Olive spent an hour. I mean, close friends. Tom was close friends with Gavin Hurleyman. And he goes on about Gavin's marriage, circumstances around it, the divorce, this, that, and the other. None of it is any of their business. And I even tried, you know, when I was in Smokies, nobody got it. I mentioned the word apologies to Smokey, and he immediately conflated it with me, expecting him to apologise to me. I wouldn't have cared less. I was going to say he should, at least, with all these high morals, he should at least, I mean, somebody who's got high moral character is able to apologise, Ben, aren't they?
Yeah, but the thing is, people like Bill, Tom, etc., they don't take accountability. That's why they keep playing videos of me over and over again, even though I've repented and apologised to people. But to Bill and co, they hang on to it. Do you know why? Because they don't apologise, they don't repent. So they try and make you look like the arsehole. Yet they are perfect all the time. They try and justify themselves, and they're not. And at the end of the day, I took accountability. Do you remember that screaming match I had with you last year?
Yeah. Yeah. Me and you apologised. How many? Hold on.
I apologised to you, and I went offline for a whole week feeling really down about it. But they keep reminding me and other people, because it just goes to show what a lame excuse for Christians they really are. Yeah,
I mean, Bill is going on about me, a crime I committed how many years ago now? 45 years, nearly 46.
Yeah.
And I mean, how many times, Ben, have me and you apologised to each other?
Many, many times.
Yeah, if I got $1 for each time, I'd be going out for a carvery today. Yeah. But you've always been able to come and talk, Ben, and like, you know, okay, we get annoyed with each other, so what? I don't think I've ever tried to force you not to talk to someone, Ben.
No, you haven't. That's one thing you haven't done.
No, I think the worst I've said, if you can call it that, is you're ill-advised to go over there because they're only going to do dirt on you again. And Bill has proven what kind of friend he really is. If he was ever a friend of a brother.
He's a fair-weathered friend.
Yeah, just because I had a conversation with Smokelet, I'm the lowest form of dirt you can imagine. Well, if he believes that now, why didn't he believe that when we were friendly like 2 or 3 months ago? No, it was a waste of time. I should never have got back talking to him again. I should have, I mean, it was in the back of my mind anyway. We haven't discussed some of the stuff that you said about me.
Yeah.
Because he did that post saying me and you were not saved. He was trying to communicate like he's some sort of old school Victorian medieval knight, you know. And they have anything to do with the tears, and they can F off. I've still got that recording, and I should have, what I should have done really in hindsight is say, well, look, Bill, you said this stuff about me. Not that I want to do recriminations. Do you still stand by that or what? Well, obviously you didn't, because I did subsequent live streams with him, reading scripture, Romans 1, 2, 3, 4, I think, Ephesians, something like that. I can't remember now. Colossians. And like now it's back to the same old stuff, Ben. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I remember that. Do you remember when I used to keep saying that? Oh, you're not saved, you're not saved, you're not saved. Do you remember how Bill reacted 2 or 3 years ago?
Yeah.
How dare you call people that have been cleansed by the blood of Christ and saved by his grace? How dare you say we're unsaved and need to get saved? So here's what I'm saying to you, Bill, right here today. You're a hypocrite. You're also a hypocritical fraud. And I'd also go as far as to say, Bill, you're the one who hasn't got the Holy Spirit in you, because you see, you're doing the same thing you so-called rebuked me 3 years ago, right here on Bob's channel. But you, Bill, are doing the very same thing, going even as far as I did by saying who's eternally damned or not. What are you, God? You're a fool, Bill.
Yeah. Hypocrite. Pious fraud. And this will explain some of it, Ben. It might run a bit slow. Can I just play this little clip? It's about 30 seconds.
It's your channel, Bob. Go ahead.
Okay.
That the way that the Holy Spirit is dealing with you, it's not convicting you of sin when you're out there walking after the flesh. It's convicting you of righteousness.
Yeah, 100%. If people actually read that chapter properly, you know, the conviction is that the unbelieving world is reproved of sin. Not the believers. We're not reproved, convicted of sin. We're convicted of righteousness, or how we should be walking. You know, that's hence the Holy Ghost is the comforter and teacher, not the chastiser.
Oh.
You know, yeah. But you know, I suppose most of us, when we first get saved, you know, we got the baggage of religiosity, and we think that if we do something wrong, the Holy Spirit is there ready to strike us down with lightning and punish us and kill us and hurt us. Well, no, it's a love reproof, trying to, you know, nudge you in who you are in Christ. Again, the conviction of righteousnly. So yeah, I 100% agree. The passage explains that in John. To me.
They're not convicted of sin. That would be a clue to any Christian what the problem is there. They can't deal with the issue of sin, Ben.
That's right.
That is a problem. It's obvious. Quite clear there. And they hold to that. They have to. I mean, I recorded it. I was there listening to them. That's when Bill was a sort of enemy, you know. I don't think I've ever thought of him as an enemy, but he makes himself into one, really, with what he says.
Well, you think of all the people he's got a vendetta against because they talk to certain people. You, me, Janet, Stefan,
Lionheart.
Veckel, Wildheart, yeah, Veckel, everybody else, literally.
No,
The guy,
yeah.
the guy makes an enemy, and he wonders why. And then he starts to cry when people come at him and say, "Oh, I come on here preaching the gospel." Well, keep to it then, but Bill, mind your own business.
Yeah, Lionheart as well, one you missed out on. Ryan has been on. I mean, he admitted to getting on Dave Cornell's case for 12 years, Ben, as if that makes it any better in comparison to 15 years of that. I'm more inclined to believe Dave Cornell than I am Bill now, more so.
Yeah, because they showed maps to his house. They showed maps how to get to his house, etc. And they even showed a video of him raising money for kids' cancer charity in 2009 over. And they're sick. They're sick in the bloody head, Bob. I don't want nothing to do with Bill.
Yeah. And Janet Duttridge, I've got no beef with Janet. I mean, she might have a bee in a bonnet with me. I don't know. I've never actually asked her what her, I don't like to phrase it this way, what her theology is, what she believes. You know, she's been polite with me when she comes inside. I've got no problem. All of a sudden, she's a witch and Ben's been misbehaving with her or something. She isn't even in England. I mean, come on.
I know. Look, Janet believes. She believed on the gospel of Jesus Christ years ago, and in the 80s, I think. And then, of course, her and her husband used to go to the church. She used to sing hymns, and she also believes in God's grace, saving grace. But she believes in the biblical grace that teaches us to deny ungodliness and worldly lusts. Titus 2:11-12. She also believes that we walk after Christ, that we don't walk after our own ways. We do fail at times, but that's when we need God's grace in everything, and that's what she believes.
Well, free graces can't fail. It's almost like, and I do understand, I'm beginning to understand more why people are called, that they are verging on universalism. They're very close
Bill
to
is.
it. It's a very short step.
Dude is. Bill is.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it would be a bit of a reach for me to try and sort of prove that, but it's beginning to sound like that a lot. If
Yeah.
you're free grace, you can't lose your salvation, according to Layman's Seminary. You can worship Satan and you're good to go.
Bill made me so angry last night, just sitting there. Well, if you believe the gospel just one time, you're saved. Nothing else needed. Hang on, I 11 years ago, and I walk after the steps of Christ. Yeah, I'm not perfect. No one's perfect, and that's why we need Christ and His grace every day. Bill knows this truth, yet he goes and preaches that. Yet he doesn't believe it, Bob, because he's condemning everybody else now.
Yeah. So it's Tom, Dude, and Olive, and one or two others.
Yeah.
Jack Smack. What an awful individual, Ben. Jack Smack is.
Oh, yeah, that guy, you know, he got on my case last night in the chat because I went over to Bill's, left a few harsh messages to them, and Jack Smack said something. So I said, "Oh, shut up." I said, "Why don't you just stop condemning everybody?" I said, "You devil."
Yeah. I mean, Dude actually said that fallacies are witchcraft. And I was going to do a review of one of Jack Smack's video about 6 or 7 months ago. I can't remember now. And I analysed two or three of his videos. Ad hominems all over the place, fallacies all over the place. His sermons are just one big fallacy.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, they are. They come up with these new terms, and they're terms in the biblical. They come up with terms in the scriptures like, what's the word? Not possession. What they call it? Not arbitrary. What's the word I'm looking for? They use. It's a very term that's not in the scripture. Oh, that means this. This means that. And of course, this means that. This means that. And Tom's always coming up with these things and dude, etc. Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
And yeah, who needs them? I mean, we don't need them. We don't need popes like Bill, holy lib Bill. We don't need people like him and Tom and Dude telling people, "Oh well, this is that. That is this. Pit pat pitter patter pit."
Yeah.
We don't need them.
And yeah, Steve's asking. He wants to study Genesis with News Unit. I would personally say, this is my opinion, like, I'm not trying to be nasty. If you get in there, you might get, I mean, I wouldn't even, I personally think it would be a waste of time because he brings somebody toxic in. As soon as somebody in the side chat, like Saha or Sam, Dr. Spider, he'll let them in. And that's your Bible study, so-called, out the window. I don't think he really thinks anybody is capable of doing a Bible study with him. I was getting somewhere with a Bible study with him, if he can call it a Bible study. And then what happened? He brought an absolute pig into the studio. Ruined the conversation altogether. Ruined it. Absolute waste of time. I wouldn't give you a penny for a so-called Bible study with Dave on Genesis. I wouldn't give you tuppence for it.
Yeah, you're right, Bob. It does tend to bring in the toxicity and all that. I've got a call. I'll be back in a second.
All right. Mute your mic. That's my opinion, Steve. That's it, really. Couldn't care less what News Unit thinks of that.
Darn cold callers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just about to say, news unit starts a Bible study, and that's all the toxicity in, and that's one of the things, you know. Kevin did say, type out at Bill's. I saw that Kevin said, no, I wouldn't keep going to news units or Smoky because it's not always a safe place there, and they'll lead you astray. And
Yeah, Kevin was over on Bill's stream as well. He didn't have anything to say against what he was saying about either you or me.
No, I know.
He didn't say a thing about it. Oh, is that true about Ben, is it? That's all he could say.
Yeah, instead of asking me, so I left a comment at Kevin's, one of his videos, and I also sent him one of my, I also did a short video, one of those shorts videos on my channel today, showing what a pig Bill is, a liar.
Yeah, I've seen that
Sent
one,
it
Ben.
to people. You
Yeah.
seen it?
Yeah.
Good.
He is a liar. He makes it clear. He makes it so obvious that he's lying about whether he's lying or not. Oh, this is the absolute truth. Blah, blah. Ben and Bob condone this, that, and the other. No, I don't.
Well, if that's the case,
Yeah.
let's go back to when Sam and Bill, or Sam, was it? I think, was it Mr. Kim that took Dave Connell's business, his links and everything, turned them into porn domains? Last night they confessed as much. And so Bill's okay with little penises. He's okay on making sexual references on his little parody cartoons. Yeah, everybody else is a pervert. So no, Bill.
Yeah.
I think you're very perverted, and I think your type of grace is not God's grace. You, Bill, are not being taught to deny lusts of this world as grace teaches. You, Bill, are a reprobate.
Yeah. Now, I've got a particular view of that word reprobate, but I don't know how people would take it.
Yeah. What is it, Bob?
I don't think I'm stretching it. I think it's really backward. Would you know what I'm not being patronising or anything. Would you know what I mean? If I said backwards learning, you know, somebody gets saved, they're learning, they come to a knowledge of the truth, they believe the gospel, this, that, and the other, all the knobs, bells, and whistles. And then they turn the back on Christ, as it were, and unlearn all the things that they have learned, those truths about Christ, the Logos and things like that, right? And they've sort of unlearned everything that they'd learned. They just forget it all and kick it to the side, you know, something like that. But I don't think it's quite what they're saying it is. Reprobate, you're not saved and this, that, and or you're not capable of being saved. It's all that Stephen Anderson stuff. That's who they follow. It's who Tom and Standing for Truth follow anyway. Stephen Anderson. Weirdos they are.
They are weirdos.
And Stephen Anderson has got a lot of anybody listening, check out Reason Files on YouTube and you'll find out some stuff about Stephen Anderson and his followers, because this guy Reason Files, he got unalived by one of Stephen Anderson's followers.
Really?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Is it not in then?
Well, I think it was a mistake. I was there listening to some of those videos over a couple of years ago because Brian Denlinger mentioned them as well or something. And he did used to phone up Stephen Anderson's crew and bug them and annoy them with what he knows about what they've been doing, abuse and things like that. And he got unalived, unfortunately.
Wow.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I remember the Reason Files.
Yeah. I think there's another one he had. He had another channel. I can't remember what the name of that one was.
Reason Files too.
Well, yeah, possibly. Yeah, yeah. I mean, Bill's got some big ideas about himself. I'm going to play this other video file.
Yep.
It'd be very difficult for me to find it. Not really, though. And it's beyond ridiculous. He's sat there with his, I think it's his brother, with a silly helmet on his head and a stick with his flail of destiny. And yeah, this is when me and Bill, yeah, here it is. It's putrid rubbish. Yeah, then it's about 40 seconds. That's all. Here we go.
Go on.
You're gonna have to email me. But this is like bloody official stuff now. There's no pissing about like before.
Yeah, he said, "Oh, if you want your autograph, you'd have to email me." Let me just get that right from the beginning.
Photographs or get signed autographs. You're gonna have to email me. But this is like bloody official stuff now. There's no pissing about like before.
It's official.
You know,
then.
we've got a lot to deal with today. You know, the order has been under a bit of a trial, really, isn't it? A bit of a trial. We've gone from 5 members at our height 8 years ago.
5.
3.
People leaving.
People
coming.
Because they're cowards. They're cowards, Phil.
This is blasphemy.
Blasphemy. What happens is the anointing sometimes is too strong on the flail of destiny, and the axe of chastising sometimes a bit harsh, Phil.
Not enough flailing.
Well,
Not
if-
enough flailing.
If they flail more,
You're
we
an
wouldn't even
idiot,
have this problem.
Bill.
But you know, part of the inauguration is now there's only 3 members. I have to hand over temporarily.
Only temporary.
Yeah, only temporary. The flow of destiny to Phil, so we can evangelise and get more members. So, hang on, it's right. You've got to come closer. Mate.
Yeah. I mean, that is putrid drivel. The flail of destiny. Get more members. Get more members. I've got to hand over. So we can evangelise. Nothing. Hey?
Cowards! Cowards!
Yeah, blasphemy. What blasphemy? Because you're disagreeing with him on free grace.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Oh dear. Oh,
Yeah.
jeez.
He,
You're a nutter.
he's a dunce of the worst kind. I've said it before. I've always believed it since I've seen that stuff. I try to be charitable. I try not to, you know, I try to be at peace with the guy. And then I knew he was going to start on the smoky stuff when within about a week of finding out that he was coming back, this, that, and the other, he started that. And I thought, no, I don't want to be in a so-called Bible study and then spend the next 2 hours going on and on and on and on and on about Smokey or Ryan, Lionheart, the flying steak angels. I mean, how stupid can you get? A 1 hour fat stream? Oh no.
I know, it's ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, seriously, I mean, I know I put up with it, you know. If somebody offered me £1 million, $1 million, to prove Billy's a Christian, a brother in Christ, I would still be skint then. I would still be skinned.
Dear. Nah.
Couldn't do
You
it.
wouldn't want to waste the pennies.
No.
See, I've got a song for Bill, and I've been working this up. Have a listen.
Go on then.
Bill, you're such a lying fraud. Bill, your fallacies are flawed. You judge people on their salvation. You're weak and you're full of locations, whatever that means. You're just a doctor behind the scenes. Go out and get. No, I'm not going to say anymore. I don't know the rest of the words.
Well, what you could do, Ben, is you can get some lyrics or write them out yourself, or you could go to ChatGPT, and then you can go to a website called Suno, and you'll have to play about with it a bit, and you can get all your lyrics put to music.
Right, that's a good idea.
Yeah, and you can do a 2 or 3 minute video. Sorry, video. A video, but a music video, and you could upload your own image or whatever. If you go on Suno, that's the best one, I think.
Hey, give me ideas,
Yeah,
dear Bob.
Yeah, and I think you can choose the style of music, stuff like that. But if you write the main theme, chorus, you know about music anyway, Ben, don't you?
Yeah, of course.
If you've got a melody, you can turn it to music easily. Usually, classically, music was usually written on the basis of poems or poetry, something like that. So it might be something to have a look at, Ben.
Yeah, I think I will. I think I will.
Get the lyrics put to music, or you can go and chat GPT and say, "Oh, can you help me compose a song based on these verses from the KJV, either a short song or something," and then make sure that you do read the lyrics that it generates for you. Check it through, because it does make mistakes all the time, actually. Well, not all the time, it depends, but check it through anyway. And then get a song. Yeah, get a song made Suno. Yeah.
I like it. I'll have to look at it.
Yeah. In fact, if you want, I'll get a link for you.
Yeah, sure.
All right, give us a minute. It's not easy. It's not difficult to find. That's the trouble with a lot of these songs. I don't bother now, really, because it's getting a bit of a cliche, Everybody's doing it. Suno.com. Oh, yeah. In fact, I'll show it here on screen. Share screen. Suno AI Music. That's what you get.
Cool.
You can, play about with it a bit though. I've got a library of songs there that I did, I think. I don't know if it logged me straight in. Oh yeah, oops. But Suno. This should get you there. It's easy enough to find anyway. You just Google it or Brave search. Oh, I don't know if I'm not going to get that money for at least 2 months, Steve. I wish you hadn't have done that, Steve, because I won't get that money for a month now.
Yeah. What's that?
Oh, well. Wow. I'm not being ungrateful. I'm just saying, yeah. Well, I've got £20 in me on my Google super chat thingy, but you've got to get it to a threshold of £60. I've only got about 20 in there already. So I do appreciate it, though. Thank you. Yeah.
It's very kind.
Yeah. Not complaining, I'm just saying, Ben, it's the way they do it. I personally think they should let you have it straight away, but there you go. Oh, you could cancel that payment, Steve. That super chat. I don't know if you can. Put it in my PayPal or something. Anyway, there you go. Yeah.
I think
Do
I
know.
found.
In the private chat, Ben, if you can get it.
Okay. Yep, got it.
Yeah.
HTT. Yeah, I got it. Got it. Nice one.
Let me just check that
Yeah.
that link works. Yeah.
Cheers, there, Bob.
Just log in with your email address. Google it, your Google thingy. And if you can't generate any more songs, just log out and then log in with a different email address and get some more. Yeah.
No, you will have it for next month. I understand. Yeah, I think Stephen makes a good point there, Bob.
In fact, I might not even get it next month if I don't get any more super chats, but there you go.
So it's on one of these streams of yours. I gave a testimony, and my testimony fits with what I said today as well.
Yeah, it would do. It would do, yeah. Yeah.
Hang on a bit. What's that? All right, Bob. I've got to go for just 2-4 minutes, perhaps, because I've got someone coming in because I've got a relative. But I'll be back in 4 minutes at least. Okay.
All right, Ben.
All right. Keep it open. I'll be back shortly.
Yeah. Actually, I don't even think I'll get it next month because don't misunderstand me, Steve. I think I've got about 26. I haven't even checked because, you know. Oh, I don't know. Wonder if we should make another cup of tea. What's this one? Oh no, I won't play that one.
Dormirse en la cama, darse prisa en tu alma, ratoncito en el club, no heroica, glu glu glu. Con Pau O'Malley, ratoncito le gusta danza cuando estudio en la escuela. Pajarita se cubre botín cuando visita a su abuela. Si necesita una amiga, debe hablar con ratoncito. Si quieres ser mi amante, debe ser alta y delgadita. Lunes, martes, ratones, pez. Miércoles, jueves, todos. Lunes, martes, ratones, pez. Miércoles, jueves. Dormirse en la cama, darse prisa en tu alma, ratoncito en el visita a su abuela. Si necesita una amiga, debe hablar con un ratoncito. Si quiere ser mi amante, debe ser alta y delgadita. Lunes, martes, ratones, pez. Miércoles, jueves, todos. Lunes, martes, ratones, pez. Miércoles, jueves.
Yo.
Oh,
yo,
Ben.
yo,
you there?
yo. Pack it up, pack it in. Let me begin. Let me go further because I'm always in the gun. Getting me down. I'm always jumping around. Jump around.
Yeah, that was,
Jump up and get down.
oh, is that your pooch, is it, Ben?
Aye?
Is that your pooch, is it?
No, I had to wait at home for a relative. Just made them a coffee.
Oh, right, yeah.
But right now, I'm just in the middle of cleaning stuff up. It's an absolute mess.
Yeah.
But I had to. Sometimes things are more important than YouTube.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Family comes first, Ben.
And things are more important than Billy Boy.
Yeah, you know, eventually, if he gets even more stupid, which is probably likely, he's going to have an attack on your family. And Andy's going to join in and start trying to dox you.
He's in trouble as it is, I'm afraid.
Who, Andy?
I'll type it in the private chat.
Oh, right. Because that's the level they will go to if you disagree with them. They'll dox you. And I've got an excellent lawyer, or I can get one. Hopefully. Because the legal system in this country is a bit of a mess, you know.
No, I'm sorry. I'm going to say publicly. No, sorry. I haven't got the time to type. So I'll tell you, Bob. I'll tell you.
Oh, go on,
for everyone to hear. A few weeks ago, when I went out, I had a message from Andy saying that someone was gunning for me on YouTube, on the internet, and that he wasn't going to say who it was for legal reasons. I said, well, who's gunning for me? You tell me. No, I can't do you for legal reasons. Then he said, court is very stressful. He was talking about Dave Connell. Now, Dave Connell's already said that he's not after me, even though I've said some foolish stuff on the internet, which I have. But I've never done the things that they've done, and that's a difference.
No.
Dave Connell's after them, not me.
Mm.
And after that, after Dave Connell did a video on Rumble, hold on a minute. Oh, just clean that up a bit. Oh, that's done. So after Dave Connell did a video on Rumble asking people for information, Andy automatically assumed, well, Ben must be sending private emails and a load of them. Thing is, he's wrong. And the thing is, he came in with his main, I won't say it publicly what his email account is, but he came in with his first one. And then a week ago, he came in with the second one, which I thought sounded a bit like Sam's on YouTube, because it had the same name as Sam on YouTube. But it turned out to be Andy again, twice.
Oh.
So first time he messages me, someone's gunning for me and that court is stressful. That left me feeling a bit concerned and worried. And second of all, he's come in with 2 different accounts, causing
Yeah.
more. You know, at the end of the day,
Oh.
he's trying to. The thing is, he knows Dave Connell's after him because you see, the things. Andy had a court restraint on him to not say anything about Dave
Yeah.
Connell, but soon after he came out, he's on YouTube slagging off and slandering Dave again.
Yeah. Well, if they start that chicanery with you, Ben, I would get in touch with, well, discuss it with Dave Connell. I mean, you know,
He knows. He knows, mate.
yeah.
He knows this.
What a bunch of despicable bastards, really. That's what they are.
And I won't say what I'm saying next. I won't say what I'm going to say next. I'll type it privately. Have a look in the private chat.
Yeah,
That's the truth, by the way. I'm not bluffing.
Wait. Ah, good. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think you should really, Ben. Yeah. Where did Jesus ever dox anybody? After his resurrection, before his resurrection, he didn't do it.
No, he didn't.
Go around to somebody's house harassing anybody, or send his apostle, or go and troll that guy over there, that Pharisee or something. None of that. He exposed the lies and hypocrisy, Ben. But he didn't treat them. He was straightforward, obviously. But he didn't do anything underhand. Yeah.
Thing is, Bob, I'm learning to stand a bit stronger than I used to.
Yeah, I've noticed that, Ben. Yeah, you're getting a bit of him.
Yeah. And truth being known, it is a draining process, and I know the Lord is my strengthener. Oh, that's amazing, Bob. No word of a lie, I promise. But as soon as I said the Lord is my strengthener, I've got today's verse, which usually comes earlier, but it came 2 minutes ago, and I just looked at my phone, and it's, blessed is the man whose strength is in thee, and whose heart is the ways of them. Oh, isn't that amazing?
Yeah, well, yeah, I would say it is, but then our God is amazing.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. I'm going to share that on my community page.
I can't believe how despicable and childish they are, though, Ben.
Yeah,
I mean,
I know.
What sort of Christian does that, though?
To go as far as doxing people, and it privately, the thing is, Bill denies what he did privately last year, whereas Bruce apologised, putting Bill in hot water. Bruce apologised, so Bruce recognised what he'd done wrong, and you know what? I actually accept Bruce's apology, but Bill won't apologise because he knows he's in denial. So what does Bill do? He says, well, I street preached in 2018 and in Colchester, so that man in the video in the corner as he walks by must be Ben. No, it's not. Well, no, of course it's not, because that man's got long hair, ponytail. That's not me. That's a different bloke. Come on about last year. And what Bill does, he docks me. He brings up my actual face from Facebook, from an old Facebook account, and I know where he got it from. And this is why me, Dave Connell, and everyone's against Bill and his pals, because of the stupidness and the actual harm they bring on to other people. These people aren't Christians.
I've never actually seen Christ. Yeah, these people. I've never actually seen your face, Ben. I don't think so. Anyway,
I think you have, Bob.
the problem now. All right, I don't know. The thing is, if you now, obviously, Bill, because I think he realizes the problem. And that's why he's never going to talk to you again. Right. The problem with, I mean, I've got no problem with somebody reconciling. Obviously, I don't. You know, people can apologize. They can regret what they've said or done or whatever. You know, reconcile, discuss it and things like that. The problem is, Bill has said things that he should never have said. And if you were to, I'm not saying you will, if you were to reconcile him with him,
I will never.
Yeah, the difficulty is, how would he get his salvation back? How is he going to explain why he's reconciled with you if it was ever to happen? I'm not saying it will. I don't think it will. How would he explain that? How you got your salvation back? And if you asked him why he lied about you, he would have to admit to lying about you. I know he's lying about you, Ben, right?
Yeah.
And how can I explain it? I mean, obviously, if you discussed it with him privately, you know, why did you lie about me and this, that, and the other, and whatever. He's going to, I mean, if you reconcile with him publicly and he sort of acknowledged it and, yeah, you know, yeah, me and Ben are reconciled, you know, sorry about this, sorry about that. He's still, nobody's going to question him and say, well, why then did you say all that about Ben?
That's right.
Why did you say that? I mean, the only time I've ever said to you, you're not saved, Ben, was in an email in response to one of your emails to me, right? Yeah, okay, I'm not trying to bring up the past again. I said, oh, Ben, you're not saved, like that, right? And obviously, I didn't mean it, because that's something I'm always very, very reluctant to say, oh, somebody's not saved. I mean, even if they've got whatever. But then it still remains to be explained, because, you know, when you reconcile with somebody, even if it's just a couple of atheists reconciling, you would expect anyway, in a normal conversation, that they would explain why they said this, that, and the other. Oh, I'm sorry I said that. I didn't mean it. I was just angry. You know, that kind of thing. They would, you know, you would expect some sort of reason or explanation, wouldn't you?
You would. Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, I've always gone to Bill in the past and apologise.
Yeah.
But I have nothing to apologise for this one. It's Bill that has to be contrite and Bill that has to be apologetic, because he rebuked me and a couple of others 3 years ago when we said, oh, you need to get saved, you're not saved, you need to get saved. But now Bill's doing the very same thing, and worse, saying who's eternally damned or not. Bill's being the hypocritical fool that he always is.
And he's an absolute liar, because he has said in his last video, I don't want to keep going on about it, he has said that because we had a conversation with such and such in California, right, we condone that particular type of behaviour.
We don't. We don't. No, I've never condoned that kind of stuff. Never.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot what I was going to say now. All right, it'll come back to me. He knows I would never condone that kind of behaviour. He knows I'm an ex-conner. I mean, I could... No. Oh, what was it I was going to say? I mean, it's ridiculous. Just because you talk to somebody, you apparently agree with everything they've done in the past or that they're doing now. Well, that's not true. If you was... I'll just give a hypothetical situation. If you was to talk to the devil himself, Ben, if it were possible, I wouldn't say, oh, you believe everything he says and does and whatever. Or if you had a conversation with one of the most evil people on YouTube, that doesn't mean you agree with everything they do and say or have done in the past. Doesn't mean that. The guy's a fool. The guy's a fool.
And yet he's supposed to be through grace and no such. So as I
Yeah,
said,
I mean,
you know,
using that line of reasoning, I've had conversations with Bill. Does that mean I necessarily agree with everything, whatever he's done in the past? Does it
No.
mean I agree with everything he ever says? Well, obviously not.
Oh, of course not.
I have
Of
had
course not.
conversations with him. So, I don't know. Condoning that.
I personally think, Bob, I think that Bill's a control freak, and
Yes,
he
yeah.
uses guilt by association tactics, fallacious arguments to try and control and guilt trip people, and then he says, "Well, you're eternally damned," etc. Blah blah blah. Then he lie about you. This is what I've seen with Bill, and anybody over at Bill's is too blind. You're too blind as a wombat to actually see Bill's lies. And then Teresa says, "Well, Bob was the one that, what was it? Bill helped or something. Well, Bill was the one that showed you the Trinity." Well, to be honest, I got back to my fellowship again, and they showed me in the Word of God. Yeah, Bill contributed. Yet now Bill always stabs people in the back. He said that he nuked that BIM stuff channel. He didn't nuke it at all. He lied again. It's still there. It's 2 videos from 2 years ago. So what I've done now, I reported it all, the channel, and then after that I blocked it, unhid him. Hid him, so that way I don't have to see it anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I knew about the Trinity and all that kind of thing before I had anything to do with Bill. And yeah, it must be, they must think that what they're doing is a means of evangelizing free grace. Free grace or hell. And
there is no grace. There is no grace with them. There is no grace with them whatsoever. It's just, well, there is just their version of grace just for them. Bill, Tom, Dude, and and all their friends, no matter what they perverted things they all say, they're all saved and we're all damned, Bob. And that's the fact of it. And that makes them a cult. And the fact is, they're not following the Christ. They don't believe in the real biblical grace. They just give terms and terminologies, and they make up their own rules just for us, but not for them. I think they're a load of old tosspots, every single one of them, just for them. They're hypocritical.
Yeah, you're becoming less subtle these days, Ben.
Yeah, and to be honest, Bob, at the end of the day, I'm going very, very tired, but I know my limits, Bob. Because there's some days where even myself personally, where I have my own things to deal with and I've my own life instead of these tosspots on YouTube like Bill, who gets to decide things and gets to judge where people go, blah blah blah, and etc. and accuses people of condoning things when they don't. And they just sit there, high and mighty, very pious frauds. And I'm going to speak out about it as much as I can. I'll take it to Rumble if I have to.
Yeah.
I've already said these people, they go to wherever they can to get information.
Yeah. If anything, I think Andy's going to be the one that gets all the info for Bill and the other pigs.
He's a useful tool. He didn't want anything to do with them. He's the one that did videos last year. It's on Rumble, for crying out loud, that he actually said, Bill has no forgiveness to Smokey. I think we need to forgive Smokey and carry on. You know, if Jesus says to forgive our enemies, then we've got to forgive our enemies and love them as well. You know, need to forgive them. As soon as he got back with Bill, Smokey don't need the forgiveness. He don't deserve forgiveness, blah, blah, blah. Just for crying out loud.
Yeah.
What the hell? Seriously?
Yeah. Yeah. He makes himself so obvious. He just doesn't. I don't think he self-examines. Yeah. I don't think he does.
I mean, for Pete's sake, you know, I mean, for crying out loud, you know, yeah. You know, there's other things in YouTube. And for me, one of the great hobbies that I like to do at times is to take the dogs for a run. Take them for a run at the common, let them loose for a bit, get home, feed them, give them their dinner. At the end of the day, there's loads more out in the world to see instead of sitting behind on YouTube, acting like pious frauds like Bill does and all this stuff. I mean, there's all of them judging people, yet if you do anything to them, they cry and get out their little violin. It's about me.
And they'll do the devil's work. That's what they're doing.
Oh dear.
They're not very good at departing from anywhere, Ben. Let those that name the name of Jesus Christ depart from iniquity. What's difficult?
No, you see, no, Bob, you got it wrong, you see, because you see, they'll tell you they don't have to depart from iniquity, you see, because they're saved. They're saved. They're OSAS. So, no, you got it wrong. You see, you've got to rewrite that. It says, anyone that names the name of Christ doesn't depart from iniquity.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Bob. I'm just being facetious.
Well, they're not convicted of sin, only of righteousness.
Oh, yeah. See, they're already perfect, Bob. Yeah, I know, Stephen. Stephen says, Ben, stay in the word and keep posting the scriptures. Thanks, brother. Guess I'm working myself up here a little bit. It's just I've had enough of them. I've had enough of Bill. I don't count him as a brother or a friend or anything like that no more. Or Teresa. She knows what Bill does and all the perverted stuff he does with the parody and everything. You ought to be ashamed of yourselves.
Yeah, not much chance of that.
Sure. No, because I have no remorse. I have no contrition. Ought to be ashamed of themselves. Keep bringing up bringing up the things regarding the New Age and the Tarot. You know, you lied, Bill, last night. I bring it up again, but Bill, you lied last night, saying, well, saying to Kevin, well, Ben threw his tarot away 11 years ago, and then, of course, he believed in the way of the Lord. That's all Christianity. I never said that, Bill. You said that. You a liar. Throwing my testimony about.
The other thing is, Ben, some of those people in his side chat will be familiar with you, or they know you, or they've heard you, and all that kind of thing. They will know, if they got any kind of discernment at all, that Bill was actually lying about you. So would Sam, and yet none of them said a thing.
No, because they call Bill. I think they've got so much on each other that if they squeak one little word about each other, then they will be against each other and fight one another as they did years ago.
Yeah, because Bill used to be attacking Sam, Dude. He come close to doing it with Tom. Bruce, he's been at war with. St. Tommy, one or two others.
Yeah. And Cheryl comes over to my channel. Hey, you're the one that said, you're the one who says that. Look, Cheryl, go away. leave my channel, and I'll also say, Bill, you subscribe, you unsubscribe from my channel too, Billy boy. All of you nutcase friends, I'm done with you. I'm finished with all of you. You're not Christian. You're all hypocritical liars. You don't even believe what you don't even believe what you claim. And the truth is, I've already proven this by Bill calling me and everybody else eternally damned. Yet Bill says, if you believe the gospel, you're saved. He doesn't believe that. He doesn't believe 1 ounce of it because he condemns other people eternally damned. So he doesn't believe it. He goes back. It's very, very evident and very, very clear.
And it's going on about my crime, what, 45 years ago?
Yeah. He brings it up
Okay.
to you all the time, Bob.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry for doing that too, Bob. I've mentioned it. I'm sorry. I shouldn't keep mentioning it though, Bob, because as Dave Connell said the other day, you've paid your dues. You've paid your dues. You've done your time. Just like Apostle Paul killed all those people. You remember? But look at the grace and mercy the Lord Jesus had on Paul. Turned his life around, just like he did yours, Bob.
Well, you know, Jesus did jail time, don't you, Ben? Might only have been a couple of days. Might have been 2 or 3 days or so. But he was in jail with Barabbas.
That's
he was
right.
brought out of I can't remember the exact word, brought out of prison in front of Pontius Pilate. And Jesus was sent to his death. Barabbas was released. Yeah.
And Jesus was righteous and perfect and did no wrong.
Oh yeah, we know that. Yeah, yeah. But he did well. It's not the kind of prison that we do these days, but yeah. Apostle Paul, he committed murder. I think he was stood there holding the coat of those people that were stoning Stephen in Acts. Is it Acts 17 or 7?
No. I think it's either Acts 7 or 8. I think, or it might be chapter 6, maybe, because it's in chapter 9 that Jesus revealed himself to Paul.
Yeah. So.
Look at the grace Jesus had on Saul. You know, Paul. You know, Saul, why persecutest thou me?
Yeah.
You know, made him blind. He had to go to Damascus. Ananias, which means grace, by the way, was sent to Paul, put his hands on his eyes, you know this, and scales fled from Saul's eyes, and he became Paul, which means, do you know what the name Paul means? Apostle Paul means?
Oh, I can't remember now. I will have looked at it. I can't remember.
Yeah, it means small. In other words, lower than Jesus. Paul makes himself lower than Jesus. Because you see, Paul recognized that he's a sinner saved by grace, and that Jesus is mighty in power. So Paul means small, means humble. I like that.
Oh, what a day.
What a day indeed, mate.
You know he's not going to stop, don't you, Ben? He wants you to give in to free grace. He wants to break you and remold you as a free gracer.
No, I'm not going
You
to
will be grateful. And you will be grateful. What an idiot.
Thing is, Bob, me, you, and people like Stephen and Janet and Stefan, we're saved by grace. We're saved by God's true biblical grace, and that grace also helps us in our walk. So we don't need Bill's version of anything. We've got the true scriptures, we've got the true grace. And the fact is, Bill's just a bully boy, and he can go on with his things. You know, do you know what? There's a song that came to me just now, and it was a song that was in a TV series, and talks about the love of God, and it was very good. And the song was this: when you're lonely and you're weary, when you're feeling small, when you're scared, when you're lonesome, get on your knees and pray. Just give it over, hand it over. Get on your knees and pray. So give it over, hand it over. Get on your knees and pray. So when you give things over to God, God takes care of whatever it is that's bothering you. So I've had enough of doing all my replies to Bill. I've said enough. So
Yeah, all it's going to do is waste. Yeah, all it's going to do is waste your time. I've got loads of time. I'm not working. I'm supposed to be retiring in December. Pension and all that. I think it's diabolical being on a pension, Ben. I'm a lot worse off.
Yeah, I can't imagine how it is for you. If I was a millionaire, I'd send you half of it. But I'm not, I'm afraid. True, Stephen. He's got a point there, Bob.
Yeah. It's almost as though you can't even make a point with people like Bill, Tom, Dude. You're not allowed to anymore. You can't go in their studio on Tom's channel and question them or Dudes. No, you don't get to question us. We want to know what you believe. We want to question you. And they've been attacking Isaac as well this morning.
Well, they always do. They always do attack someone. They've got to attack someone to build up their life.
Yeah.
Just got a comment from Dave Connell on my short video this morning.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Report it. So I've just put already.
Yeah. Keep a record. I mean, yeah. The trouble is keeping a record, and it takes up your time still because you've got to sit there and listen to that garbage.
I mean, Bill tried to tell people the other day on his stream, for instance. Ben tried to say that I gave a death threat to Jamie Russell. No, I didn't. I just said I'll slap him so far at the side of the head, blah, blah, blah. But when I recorded it, and I got it off, because I recorded it first, and Ryan shared it to Rumble. So I re-recorded it a couple of days ago or so. Shows that Bill says, especially after the shit you pulled on the Erics the other day, because I would knock you right in your ass. I will put you to death, Bill said. That's what Bill said to Jamie Russell, and it's in my short video. Bill said he would put Jamie Russell to death.
Yeah. I've even had Bruce threaten me. I told him to turn up because I can't travel to America. Get over here. Do it.
Yeah.
Let's see how fun you have. Yeah. Get over here, Bruce.
He wouldn't stand. He wouldn't stand against you, Bob.
No, because I would get too annoyed with him, and yeah.
Yeah, I can understand.
Here's Janet anyway, Ben, in the side chat.
Hello, Sister Janet. Good to see
I'm
you
just going to
today.
give her a spanner.
Yeah, give her a spanner. She's okay. Amen, sister. Yep, Jesus is who matters the most. And you know what, Stephen? All this encouragement in the side chat is wonderful. About, he's saying, Bob, but keep the faith, Bob. I like this encouragement he gives. God bless you, Stephen. Look at what Janet writes. Nothing like a witch with a wrench.
Yeah. Well.
Oh dear, Janet, bless you.
Yeah. I don't know why he's got beef with Janet. I've never actually had a. I don't know if I have actually crossed swords with Janet. I don't think I have. No, I don't think I have. I can't remember.
I don't think you have. And Janet don't think you have. I don't think Janet would say so either. Yeah.
No, I don't think you've ever. I've never given you. I don't think I've ever given you a cause to have anything against me, or I don't think. I don't know. I don't think I might have done, knowing me. I'll tell you what, Bill. You have destroyed your own credibility in your own stream, because even the people in your side chat know for a fact, if they know anything at all, that you lied about Ben and me, and you're going back to the same old garbage. They've got to notice, surely, if they've got any kind of discernment. Really, I mean, it's almost as though Bill thinks everybody's stupid or something.
Exactly.
Well, you know what I mean, Ben? Some of the people in the side chat on that channel will have interacted with you at some point. I don't know. I mean, it's not something I keep an eye on. But they know that you haven't come out. I mean, okay, we make mistakes when we say things in the side chat and whatever. But none of those people that are in the side chat have said anything either to defend you or against you or whatever. But they must know whether Bill is telling the truth or not, because they know. Some of them have known you for 3 or 4 years, Ben.
Yeah.
You've been in Bill's studio when he does a live stream on scripture and things like that, haven't you?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, months and months ago, yeah. Maybe. I know you've been in. Oh, I don't know. I don't even want to hear his name again.
Well, this is however the case in point. And the case in point is enough's enough. They have this overwhelming sense to try and police everybody on YouTube. Bill has his own family, has his own garden or whatever crap that he's got himself going on. And he, whatever he's doing, why don't he just get on with what he's supposed to do and leave other people alone? Because the truth is, eventually, you see, people in the side chat won't speak against Bill because they know that if they do, he'll get all tufty and hufty with them. And the truth is, they'll be honest as much as they can. That's fact. Yeah, even Cheryl is trying to look, exactly. I said the sexual videos they made with us are so funny and innocent. Let them make one with Teresa a show and one to show us. Exactly, Janet. Yeah, I know, right? I know. They play the violin, and they're very good at it.
Yeah, I think Bill has got some serious issues. Why would he need to dress up in a panda suit anyway? You need to dump that panda suit, Bill. You look stupid in it. It's a stupid thing to do. It's a gimmick. It's virtue signalling. It's a pretense at innocence. And you were far from innocent, Bill. Yeah, it's a pretense at innocence or harmlessness. And there's nothing harmless about you, Bill. You turd. I don't want to hear his name again anyway. I've had enough. Really pathetic. Why would he even mention his name? It's remedial. He's supposed to be an adult. He's a married man with children. I mean, you know, supposed to be an adult. He's not an elder, Ben. You know that, don't you?
Oh no, he's not an elder. If he's an elder, I'm Neil Armstrong. And you're Bob Geldof.
Yeah.
Oh dear. This is how I see Bill. Hold on a minute. I'll put it in the chat. I'll put it in the chat.
Yeah. He looks like Jabba the Hutt anyway, doesn't he?
And I'm not saying anyone who drinks beer is unsaved or anything. I like beer every once in a while. Some people like beer. It's up to them. But he adorns beer more than he adorns Jesus, and that's very concerning. There you go.
Yeah, I think it made me a better person in spite of the prison system. The people that run the prison system and the screws and the whatever, they are really a disgusting bunch of people, Ben. They think nothing of letting somebody die in jail. They don't have a problem with it. I could tell you a few stories about that. Oh, hello.
I bet, mate. I bet.
Yeah.
Hey, Stephen. Good to see you, mate.
Hello. I've just put some potatoes on to boil them. And I'm just trying to keep an eye on them at the moment. So I'm not keeping me. I know there's 5 watching. That's nice.
That's good.
I don't get many views, really.
What are you having for dinner today, then, Bob?
Well, I'm going to have some boiled potatoes with some mackerel in tomato sauce with loads of salt and pepper on.
Oh, lovely.
I'm very easy to please with food, Ben.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I like simple, basic stuff, really. I mean, I'll just have chip sandwiches for dinner, me, sometimes.
Oh, they're nice.
You know, I've got to get some reasonable bread.
Yeah.
And just have chip sandwiches. I don't mind cooking, just that.
We had ham, egg, and chips few days ago.
Yeah, great stuff. I like big chunky chips that go all crispy though.
Oh, nice.
And you can't get. Yeah. Have you seen the cost of fish and chips lately, Ben?
Yeah, up
No.
to £10, some of them.
Yeah. Oh, what? A tenner? Milk's gone up again. It's gone up at least 3 times in the last just over a week. About 2 weeks ago, it was £1.55. Then it went to 160. Now it's 165 for a 2-litre doodah of milk. Chips are just French fries, Janet. I think they call them French fries over there.
Oh, I love good chip sandwiches and cover it with tomato sauce and then put the other bit of bread on it. Oh, it's wonderful.
Oh, mayonnaise, that's even nicer.
Oh, lovely, yeah. Bangers and mash, says Stephen Black. Good stuff.
Yeah, bangers and mash with gravy. I never heard of mayonnaise till I went to Germany, Ben.
Really?
Yeah, oh yeah. I only found out about mayonnaise when I was about 20. Never heard of it. Peanut butter, I only heard of that when I was about 10. 9 or 10, or maybe a bit older. Peanut butter, oh yeah. It's the only thing America's good for, Ben.
Oh yeah, good food. You've got to admit, Americans have decent food.
No, well, I don't know about decent food, but they do have good peanut butter.
Oh yeah,
that's the only thing I want from them.
You don't want dudes and Tom and Olive's sort of doctrine, do you?
No. No, I don't. I mean, for them, Ben, to say, and I think I mentioned this to you the other day, the 3 barriers give you the context for the gospel, which is ridiculous. The gospel is in its own context, it's in its own setting within the volume of the King James Bible. It's in the context of the Old Testament, the letters after the Gospels, the 4 Gospels, and it has the context of the New Testament is in the Old Testament concealed, and the Old Testament is in the New Testament revealed, which you've heard before. There's the context for the Gospel. Why they need to preface Gospel with the free grace. No, we don't need to call the Gospel free grace gospel. We have the Gospel. I have got the Gospel. We've got 4 of them. We don't need the 3 barriers to give us context for anything at all.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
You know, and if you disagree with their 3 barriers, then all of a sudden you're not saved.
Well, yeah, basically they said that the other day. Yeah, it's beyond stupid. I think it's just free grace. Free grace. What did they call it this morning? Oh yeah, free grace Free grace Taliban. Yeah. Free grace Taliban.
Oh dear.
Oh, are you tired, Ben?
Yeah, I am, mate.
Hope my bread hasn't gone off.
I've got to get on doing some dusting.
You doing some dusting?
Dusting, hoovering, cleaning.
Oh, right.
I haven't got the energy for it. Need to do it though, because if it don't get done, it just gets more and more filthy.
Yeah. And it makes it harder later on to clean it up.
Exactly. So,
I've got to tidy my countertop up again.
have you?
All I'm doing is boiling potatoes, and I've already made a mess.
Wow.
Sort of.
Well,
I bought.
Maybe.
I think it's £2 of potatoes for 50p yesterday. I bought 2 bags in Tesco.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh no, 35p each.
It's not bad, is it?
Well, no. It's how many grams? Tesco Finest. 35p. Oh, doesn't say what weight.
Yeah.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Quite a large. Well, I wouldn't say it's a large bag. I'll show you I'll turn my camera on and I'll show you.
All right.
Yeah, in Tesco, 35p. I got 2 of them. I could have got the
It's not
others,
bad.
but that's not too bad.
It's not bad at all, is it?
No, I've got
Nice
a
size.
full bag. 35p. They weigh £1.40. I've got some boiling in the pan now. I'm gonna have some boiled potatoes.
Good.
I mean, if I could afford to buy new potatoes, I would have done, because they're nice then when they've been boiled and a bit of mint sauce or something on them, you know.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
Mint,
New potatoes,
yeah.
mint sauce, a bit of salad, some ham.
Janet says she likes Yokon. I've never heard of these. Yokon gold potatoes, but avoid them because of allergies. They taste more a bit
What,
like.
particular type of potato?
Yeah, she likes Yokon gold potatoes. Have you heard of them before?
No, I mean, there's not many varieties of potatoes. Oh, Ben, I saw a little short video on TikTok, and it showed all the different types of banana. I couldn't believe it. Yeah. They showed about 15 different types of banana, Ben.
Wow.
Yeah, go and have a look. I might get the link to it if it shows it again. I'll try and find
No, I don't do TikTok.
Oh, right. But just Google it or something. How many different types of banana are there, you know? That's God for you then.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, God absolutely loves variety, flavors, different, you know, choices. That's what God is like. I wonder if, I mean, there's different types of different strawberries you can get. I know there's hundreds of different types of apples you can get. In this country, we were big on growing apples. We still are, I think. I mean, everybody used to have an orchard years ago, yeah. Potatoes, different types of potatoes. The variety is astounding, Ben. You know, the bananas. Oh, I mean, the size of some of the bananas that you can actually get. And the different flavors, that's the thing. I think there's one type of banana that tastes like ice cream or something.
I can
And the-
believe that. I've heard that before.
Yeah. And the size of this banana that they showed, Ben, it was absolutely ginormous. You wouldn't want it chasing you down an alleyway, put it that way. Yeah.
You're right. Bill's going to come up with a bit. Sorry, mentioning his name again. But he's going to come up with a parody saying, Ben and Bob are talking about man things.
Yeah. Billy. I mean, why does he find any of it funny? That's another question I would ask.
Because
why does he? It's only parody. Why does he think he's actually amusing?
Exactly, it's not. Oh dear.
1 hour, a 1 hour fart stream, Ben. And he talks funny as well.
Dear.
And nay have nothing to do with those tears over there, and a nay nonny no.
Those
tears.
Oh. Hey Bill, Bob, brother, Bob.
Oh, hey.
You got Kent. You got Dave Connor in the chat asking for the link.
All right. Yeah. Oh yeah. Give us a minute. I'll get the link.
Good to see you today, Dave.
I'm just going to go YouTube side because I've deleted most of my tabs. In fact, I've deleted all of them except one. I'm just going to get rid of that one because I can get it back later. I'm going to post the link in. I'll give you a spanner, Dave. Hold on. I'm not ignoring you, obviously. Because my laptop's slow. It's rubbish, actually. Pretty bad. Oh, is that your dog, is it, Ben? I wondered what the picture was. Yeah, it's your...
No. From 1989, that dog was a friend of the family's and it belonged to someone. his name, that dog there is called Max. And in 1989, when I was only 5-6 years old, basically that dog won Best in Show in Devon, 1989.
Oh yeah. Oh, I think you mentioned that dog. Yeah, at some point.
We used to have German Shepherd dogs as well, but he came first.
Oh.
God bless Janet. Take it easy, sister.
Right, the link is going in now, Dave. There's the link. Just under Steve Black's last comment. And let me just get an image on screen, make sure it's him, because I've got to put up a demon blocker.
Demon blocker.
Yeah. Because I have had my channel porn bombed before. I lost my whole channel. Let me just get a picture. Because you can't show your pictures in StreamYard now unless you upgrade. You've got to spend, what, 50 quid to do it? And I'm thinking, forget that. Forget that altogether. Yeah.
It's in the back.
What's this one? Yeah, hold on, I'll be there, Dave. I'm not ignoring you, I can see you. Oh, I'm going to... Oh, the picture won't upload. Yeah, is that you, Dave?
Yep.
Right, sounds like Dave.
Hello.
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 How are you?
Hello today. How you doing, Dave? You okay?
I'm rather well, thank you. How about your good selves? Are you okay?
Yeah.
I'm very well, thank you.
Yes, I've got my posh English gentleman head on today. How are you, fellows? Are you all right?
Yeah.
Trying out a new microphone. How do I sound, guys? Sound all right?
Fine.
Yeah, good.
Very good. Very good.
So, Mr. Cuthbert's been a complete and utter dick as per usual, I take it, yeah?
Yeah. He's an
What can you
arsehole.
do? If it was a dog, you'd have it take it to the vet, wouldn't you?
Well, there's nothing to do about people's stupidity.
I'm afraid not. Exactly it. Yeah. You know, he is what he is. I'm afraid he's never going to change. None of them will. I'm actually rendering another video for Rumble just at the minute, so I don't know if I'm lagging at all. I shouldn't be. The computer should be able to put up with that.
I mean, hold on. How do you illustrate someone's stupidity? Someone who's actually stupid.
Yeah, it's he's got serious mental health issues. There's no doubt about it. He's completely screwed up in his mind. You know, I've given up, Bob. You know, I mean, you can't. There's no cure for criminally insane and stupid. There just isn't.
Yeah, and I don't even think he's capable of noticing it.
Oh, absolutely. Well, I think that's a common trait within the entire group of them. They have literally zero self-awareness. They're just incapable of seeing how utterly infantile and demented, not to mention perverted, they actually are. It's, you know, I don't know how this is all going to end. You know, sooner or later, you've said it a couple of times when we had this conversation the other day, Bob, privately, you know, sooner or it was publicly, I think, sooner or later, he's going to do it to the wrong person. He's easy to find. I mean, for crying out loud, Andy Jack has got his bleeding address out, you know, on his bleeding channel. And, you know, and somebody's just, he's going to come across somebody that really maybe sort of equally unhinged as he is, but in a really bad way, and just go up there and mess him up.
Yeah.
I'm amazed he's gone as long as he has. You know, I mean, on my radar screen, he's been around for 15 years doing the most demented, vile stuff to multiple people for so long. I'm amazed he's lived this long, to be truthful, Bob.
Yeah, actually, that's what I'm thinking, yeah.
You know,
you can't talk to people like that in jail. In some of the jails I've been
God.
in.
I mean, I only did it. I mean, actually, in prison, I only went to Canterbury. It's a university now, privately owned. But I was only in prison, adult grown-up prison, for like 3 weeks, and there was some seriously scary people just in there. But in Borstal, I only done sort of, I think it was about 8.5, 11, something like that, months in Borstal, and it was an open Borstal. And as you say, if you did that, because where I was, Bob, it was Hollesley Bay Colony, and they've got Warren Hill. Yeah, Warren Hill. They've got. I know someone who's doing life in there now in Warren Hill. It's not me, family member, and you start talking like that, you're just going to have a very nasty accident late one night, you know, and they're just going to slit your throat with a razor blade in a potato or something, or a, you know, in a toothbrush.
Also, won't even wait till night time. Some of them.
Yeah, you know, when you go to the shower or somewhere like that, or you're going to spend all of your bird in the block. You know, self-protection. So, I don't get it, Bob. I really don't. I'm just amazed. Something's watching over him. I don't know if it's on the good side or the bad. They say the devil looks after his own.
I think he does.
I think in his case, he could be correct. But I mean, you know, I've seen briefly some of the stuff. I've had a few emails from people. You know, they keep feelers out and that. And now he's literally calling, well, all of you pedo enablers and all this, and it's just fucking stupid. It really is ludicrous and dangerous. Thank God. I'm just making a video now, Ben, and I do mention you in it and what they're doing. Aren't you glad that I warned you about Jack? come into your
Yes,
gaff?
I am, Dave, because truth be known, that's helped a lot, and a lot of people, Bob included, have seen me stand up for myself more and more against these people.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. You know, but just do it in a calm, collective way, Ben. You know, because you're doing well. You are. I mean, Bob will show you the ropes. You know.
Well, you know, Ben's learning the hard way, unfortunately, but yeah.
Well, sometimes, Bob, that and I was talking, Bob, 35 years. You did extra time, didn't you? I listened to you the other day. So, do you know who you reminded me of? Right, Bob, excuse me, I dropped the light up. When you was talking about that you did more than time than you needed to, it reminded me of the story of McVicker. Do you remember? Is it John McVicker? He was a famous.
Oh, yeah, John McVicker.
Yeah, John McVicker. Yeah, and like Charles Bronson, you know, the not the film star, I forget what his real name is, Charles Bronson. He just weren't having any of it. They tried to, because like the prison system basically tries to break you and rehabilitate you, and there are people like yourself and like McVicker and various people that will not have it, you know. And I must admit, you know, I admire that in some respects, because you know, they just you're giving the finger to the system, saying you're not going to break me. And there were a lot of people in Borstal like that.
Yeah. Well, they complained about me in a report. They literally said Hill is far too rigid. In other words, I'm not malleable. I'm not going to fit into their disgusting fucking mold.
Yeah, into their little
I learned
pigeon.
the best thing to do is say nothing.
What prisons, if you don't mind me, you know, just inquiring out of pure curiosity, of course, what prisons did you serve your time in?
Well, I've been to more than 20 different ones.
Have you?
So I've been as far as Cardiff, Dartmoor, up as far as Durham, Holme House, and jails in between, Nottingham on Perry Road.
Mm-hmm.
Leeds, no, I didn't do any time in Leeds. Manchester, Liverpool, Walton. I'd have to sit down for an hour or so to remind myself, but I've been to about 20 different prisons.
You should write a book about it, Bob.
No. I mean, probation asked me about that. Are you going to write a book? And I thought, why the fuck are they asking me about writing a book? And obviously, they don't want me to write some of the things that I could write. But it's a waste of time. And
it wouldn't be a sanitized version that they would approve of. You'd basically tell it how it bloody well is.
Well, I would have to. They would take some of the money, or they'd have some negative influence on it in some way, and they wouldn't like it.
Really? You think they want some royalties? Yeah, because what did I see a little while ago?
Make money out of it.
They do. The Krays, you know, the Kray twins, when they wrote books and done movies, the prison service actually took royalties for that. Yeah. And they also own the copyright, the rights of all of the wedding photography of Reggie Kray when he married that woman.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
this
weird.
Is how despicable they are, Dave.
Yeah.
I'm not going to give you his name. I do trust you. It's just a habit. I don't tell people inmates' names.
Yeah, no worries. Absolutely not.
He did between 15 years and 20 years in jail for something he did not do.
Oh, man.
They compensated him, right?
Mm.
You know what they did? They billed him for all the fucking food.
Oh.
They billed him for the food.
When did you come out, Bob, if you don't mind being nosy?
2011. I went in 1980.
So you've seen a lot of changes in the prison system from like, you know, when you went in, it was like you just had a cell, a slot pot and 23-hour bang up. Now, I mean, I've got a friend of mine he's doing life.
They've got PS4s, curtains, bedspreads,
televisions, and all of that. Yeah,
you can spend money as much as you've got in your
Yeah.
Well, you can
Yeah.
spend your own private cash. I'm not going to explain it. It's too. But
No, you
know
don't
it.
have to. I know.
Yeah. I don't know what Ben can do about those pigs over there. I mean, I would never want to phone the field.
No, I get that. Yeah, I get that. But
yeah.
they're useless anyway, to be truthful, Bob. I documented it, and I knew it was just a futile exercise, but I had to keep myself on the right side of the law, you know. So cover your ass.
Yeah.
I've just making a video now. Some of the stuff that Jack was doing, threatening to come here, and I've got the recordings when I called the law. I said, you know, he's threatening to come to Canterbury and all of this, and I said, look, I said, if he turns up here, he's threatening to come up here. I said, I'm going to hospitalise him if he comes in. I'm telling you straight, you know, to cover me arse. But he didn't, because he's a twat.
I'm going to say this. Don't be offended, Ben. I'm not having a go at you, obviously, because I know he doesn't like bad language. But the police are about as useful as a cock-flavoured lollipop.
No, they are. Yeah. I mean, you know, back in the day, right, Bob, you know, do you remember the old days, you know, when you and I were young, you know, the village, you know, not the Bobby on the beat, you know, if you got out of order and give him some lip, he'd smack you around the side of the head. You respected them, you know, because they got to know everybody, but it changed, I would say, about 25, 30 years ago. And now it's just crazy. It's nuts.
Yeah. The prison system is a mess. I mean, the screws are mostly morons. But the inmate situation, that changed in about 1990, because, believe it or not, the average inmate would frown on somebody using powder. They couldn't have cared less about, you know, the weed and the herbal medicament. And it's gone messed up now. Everybody's getting powdered in and all that stuff.
Yeah, there was kind of a code, wasn't there? A sort of code of conduct.
I'll tell you why, because you can't trust a baghead.
No, that's right.
When they start rattling, they'll dob you in.
Sorry, Bob, to interrupt. There's someone in the side chat called Opening the Gay Butt Scroll saying stuff about Stefan.
All right, I'm going to ban him.
Yeah, he said he's James. He said he's James from Opening the Scroll, but he's not.
There you go, Bob. That's the first block.
No, it wouldn't. Yeah. Time out. Oh, I'm going to just ban. Yeah, they're gone.
Yeah, he's gone. He's history. He'll have to go and make up another sock account now.
Yeah, that one. They hate him because he disagrees with them.
It's them and us shit. I can't be doing with that shit. You know, I just don't understand. You know, we had this conversation the other day, Bob. I just don't get it how they can speak about Jesus in one side of their mouth and do all of this horrible shit out the other. It's just bizarre to me. It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Bill doesn't make sense. I mean, we are sat here as sort of relatively normal people trying to make sense out of the nonsensical.
Exactly. Yeah,
you can't do it.
Yeah,
you can't do it.
No, you can't. You'll send yourself crazy trying to do that. Yeah. Just like Ben, laugh at them. Just laugh at them, and you know, the thing is, what I'm doing over there on Rumble is, I'm literally critiquing all of the nasty shit that they put, and they hate it. They absolutely hate it, and I have to say this. Even my wife said the other day, and you've spoken to her, Ben. You know what my wife's like. She's a nice lady.
It's lovely,
she said,
lady.
Yeah, you're doing the right thing, because now there's only a very small nucleus of people that will entertain his insanity and his ludicrous antics. The rest are leaving because of sheer embarrassment, because of what's being revealed about these people and what they do, you know. And I'm not going to stop. Well, I'm going to stop eventually. I'm not going to spend the rest of my life or however long I've got doing this, but I'm just going to put up videos, compilations of all the nastiness that they've done when I've got the time to do so, you know. So, yeah.
I mean, tell you what, Dave, this is how ridiculous they are. Opening the Scroll disagreed with them. I can't remember exactly on what point. But they had a go at him on their live stream, the one before the last one they did. complaining about him saying stuff about Sparrow and Olive and this, that, and the other, right? You should have seen what happened when Sparrow left their channel. Olive spent about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, just slagging Sparrow off.
Sparrow, she's a lady that was around a while. She's mysteriously disappeared,
right.
hasn't she?
Yeah, and they've done Jeff Camping, Gavin Hurleyman,
That's right.
Kenny Rhodes, me, Ben, you. I mean, again, I'd have to sit down for an hour and remind myself, I suppose, if it was worth brain space.
I'm just reading the comments there. You got Stephen Black. He said, Bob, you and he need to swap some stories. So I take it, Steve, you've done a bit of time yourself, have you, fella?
Oh, he has.
Oh, is he? Okay. Yeah.
He's a bad boy. Is
he? He's a bad boy. Bad boy, bad boy. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? I love that song. Oh, dear. I was listening to... was it Veckel's hangout last night where Smokey Saint went in and that was funny, I have to say. That was quite smart. He's got Cuthbert down to a T, hasn't he? Oh dear.
I think so, maybe.
The best thing you can do is, I mean, Smokey Saint, you know, I don't know a lot about Smokey, but he's got a delightful sense of humor when he employs it. And you just attack them with you know, laughter. And they hate that. They hate their own treatment. That's the truth of it. You know, I don't know. Don't let them get to you, Ben. Don't let them get you all wound up and, you know, just mock them and laugh at them.
You know, the weird thing is, you know, I know you're not found yourself as a Christian or anything, you know, you just, you know, I can understand, but it was around about 2014, I think it was, when I first heard, you know, the gospel and what it meant, and something inside me, after believing in this truth, changed me, and I don't know what it was. It was the Holy Spirit, obviously. And then, of course, I got rid of all the stuff that I used to do and all this because Christ in me. And this is after I believe the gospel. Bob knows this, but Bill knows this and has to twist it to make me look like an arsehole. So, of course, after that, I did what I had to. And, of course, 11 years, no, 3 years, though. 3 years I didn't have YouTube. And when I came onto YouTube, I met a couple of groups, Brian Denlinger and Edward PF23. And of course, there's these two groups, King James only, but they were at war with each other. You know, one doctrine was right, one doctrine wasn't right. And of course, I was looking at both these. I thought, how can these people argue so much when they've got the same Bible? It tells you what's what. But the truth is, Brian Denlinger said this against the Trinity and all this, and I thought, oh, no, when you're listening to voices, you're like, who's right and who's wrong? So I went to Brian's, but the people from Ed's side were like, yeah, come away from these teaching falsities. After that, I lost credibility and all this because of what I did. But the truth is, I met Bill through Brother in Wales. On Bill's channel, he said, "Look, Bill preaches he preaches the gospel." I thought, "Oh wow, this is nice." Everyone was there. Then they were talking about their Smokey guy, and I thought, "Who the heck is Smokey?" And I've got to admit, Dave, the thing Smokey said to Janet, to Sher, and to all these other people, all this disgusting foul language and all this stuff. I thought, how can this guy claim to be knowing Jesus? And I thought there must have been a rift between Bill and Smokey because of what Smokey said about Bill's daughter, and it was rather really, it was dreadful to hear what he said, that you murdered your daughter. Look, Smokey did say to Bill, you murdered your daughter, and that's not a right thing to say about anyone who's lost anyone. I'm sorry. I don't care who it is. You don't say anything like that to anybody unless they really have done it and it's in the news. But all this back and forth over the years, but now I've seen how Bill can be behind the stage, behind the scenes, and how he'll lie about you when you're not within his group. And it's so dishonest to say so many things like that about so many things that he comes up with, all these terms about people. You see, it's oh sassing grace for him, but for others who talk to people or do things that they don't like, then all of a sudden you're no longer saved. Yet he's on YouTube last night saying, well, you believe the gospel, you believe it once you're saved, nothing else involved. Yeah, but he keeps making conditions for us. Put it to yourself, Bill, you hypocrite.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack there. The thing is, yeah, I mean, it's not a nice thing to do about, you know, people's deceased loved ones and all of that. But the trouble is with Bill, he's got a long history and he's basically made a rod for his own back. He's been vicious towards so many people. And, you know, he's got that little system going. He won't do it directly himself if people live in the UK, except in your case, Ben, because he sees you as a soft target. You know, he uses Thick Shades and others, and he's used Andy Jack, and now we know why, because Andy's taken the cowardly route. You know, he's terrified of, you know, Thick Shades branding him a nonce and all of this, and, you know, slandering him. So, you know, he throws people under the bus, that's the most cowardly act imaginable. Very selfish too. So, you know, the amount of times that this group, and I don't just mean Cuthbert, I mean, you know, I mean this Enoch too that you've all heard about. You know, he made a series of videos. I wish I still had them. I smashed up a couple of computers and they died with the computer, so, you know, in anger in the early days, saying that my mother was burning in hell and I'm on my way to hell. And the thing is, you know, this shit that he's coming out with, like last night, I've got that. I've just put it up on my Rumble to keep that stored privately, and I'll go over it if I get the time. You know, where he's condemning you for the tarot cards and all of this. Well, shit, I mean, my friend Reverend Lionel Fanthorpe, he's retired, he's 90 years old, he's a celebrity, he's an author, he's broken the world record for writing books in, you know, next to no time at all. He's dedicated his entire 50, 60 years career investigating the paranormal, but he's a fully ordained Anglican priest. So who the hell is Cuthbert to pass judgment on anybody for their past? And that is totally in contradiction to what the Gospels teach. You know, but for some reason, these people that stick around, well, I just think that they've got, you know, Cuthbert and Kim and all of that, people have got something on them to be able to, or they're equally as demented and evil as he is. So he has no right to bring that up. I mean, so what? Who cares if you used to, you know, go to tarot card readings and things like this? Well, I did see his poll last night, a screenshot that, because it made me laugh. You've got pedo enablers, you've got convicted sex offenders, you've got a ghost hunter. What's wrong with ghost hunters? You know, they do it all the time. Why didn't he go after Derek Akora? And just type in ghost hunting on YouTube at the, you know, the search bar, and you think how many paranormal channels will come up. Well, why isn't he going after those? You know, that's just bullshit. It's just, he's a horrible, hateful person. And he's got all pissy because I took away some of his livelihood. Because if you go back to Trevor Vernon's videos that he made all those years ago, and I actually liked Trevor, he was all right. You know, he said he was a member of this bizarre church in Colchester where they used to speak in tongues, and he would just sit there laughing in the background. But they were paying for holidays, cars, and furniture, so he's getting perks from them. And, you know, I'm not lying. I caught him, you know, abusing those kids, not in that sort of way, you understand, but, you know, his position of trust, attacking people like Final Call, and they say, you know, we're the Essex Massive, we're going to come down and sort you out. And you know what he did to you about the pinging bollocks?
Dave,
I used to have, have you tried doing that? Go on.
Sorry to interrupt, I'll be quiet in a minute, but Bill's listening, and he knows what you about sharing clips of his videos from last night, because funny thing, it's disappeared now.
You broke up a bit there, Ben. Your connection's not too clever.
I said it's weird because I think Bill is hearing us speak, and that we've shared clips of his video from last night. And the weirdest thing is, Bill's live stream from last night has disappeared.
Has it now? Oh, that's good because
Yeah.
I've got it. I've got it. I don't have to. There's half a dozen people out there, you know, that are you know, grabbing his videos when they're going up, because people have had enough of the little turd. You know, he's not a man. Cuthbert, I'm telling you now. I've said 100 times for the last 15 years in his and Thicky's case, he's been shown where I live. And I've said multiple times, all right, Cuthbert, come and fucking have a go. Excuse my friend. I know you don't like swearing in here, loads, but, you know, if you think you're balls enough, come down and square up to me. I'm 62 now, but I'll still batter this shit out of him. And, you know, the truth is, he's too scared to come out of that little shitty bloody room like it's like a broom cupboard, isn't it? That he spent the last 15 years in there getting pissed as a rat, smoking his fags, all paid for by the taxpayer. And the reason, his own admission, he said so many times that, you know, he can't go out because he's antisocial. That's my dog barking. He's always barking, he wants attention. He's a big German Shepherd. I mentioned German Shepherds, and I found some pretty alarming stuff that Jack did 2019, you know, to show just how demented and obsessed with me he is. But that's why Bill hates me so much, is because I took away, you know, all those little perks. But also, I've known people like this, and I expect you have too, that people like Bill can't. I don't know what the hell that is. Is that you, Bob? Sounds like you're scraping the last bit morsel off a plate or something.
Yeah.
He prefers the company of children because it makes him look big, and they look up to him. I've seen that time and time again in my life. You know, you get these little prats that they can't sort of coexist or get on. They've got no social skills, and they seek the attention or the company of youngsters that they can dominate, you know. And I've witnessed that back in 2012 or something, when he was you know, with these children that have been placed in his care, and they were threatening to come down and sort me out. And I was just about to say to you, with the pinging business, he tried that shit with me. He said, I wish I kept it. He said, "Oh, you like to play games, do you, young man?" Because he didn't know who I was. It was just an account typing to him. And I was sitting there laughing my dick off. And then he showed the source page, and he went, "Oh, I know how to play games. I can find ISP addresses." And me and my mate Alistair and a friend of mine, Mal, he's dead now. He's an ex-Radio Caroline job, was sitting there just taking the piss out of him. But then I started to look at the profiles of these youngsters, and they were his kids. And they were also other kids that obviously were. And I said to Cuthbert at the time, I said, "Listen," because it was like a red flag to me. I said, "What's a man who was in his 40s then?" I said, "What's a man in his 40s doing, hanging around online with a bunch of little kids going around abusing people?" And that's when he let the cat out of the bag. He said to me, "I'm a youth group leader, silly." And I went, "Oh." So I looked at the links on his YouTube channel in the old format that it used to be. And he had a link to a church. And then I just followed the link quickly from his account, which was Salvation is Christ 777. And sure enough, there was Praiseways Church, and his name was up there, his wife's name was up there, and his phone number was up there. So I said, "Oh, so you're Bill Cuthbert from Colchester." I didn't mention his, you know, and I've still got screenshots of that, you know, of that time. And he went, "Right, you're going too far now. You're going too far. You're stepping over the mark. You're doxing me." I thought, "No, you've got it there on your channel. You know, it's just Bill Cuthbert." And that turned into, "I'm a doxer." And then it just escalated out of control. And I just thought, I toyed with him for a couple of days or so. Me and my mate Mal, called himself Betty Swallocks. He used to, on radio, that's a joke, a Radio Caroline joke. There was a DJ, and it was actually, I think it was Caroline Martin, Dave Asher's missus. And they used all these joke names broadcasting, and one of them was Betty Swallocks. And because Mal was ex-Radio Caroline, that's what he opened. He said, "I'll open up the account." He opened up the account as Betty Swallocks. You know, and sweaty bollocks. You get the idea, don't you? And giving him some stick. And then it got quite nasty, and these kids that were probably only, I don't know, about 14, 15, something like that, started issuing threats and really abusive language for youngsters. And I thought, this is not right. So I reported him to the church. The number was there for the church and Cuthbert, and I phoned him up and left a message. And I spoke to this guy. I said, are you aware what your youth group leader's doing with the kids in his care? What? And I told him, and he said, can you send me the screenshots? I said, yeah. So I did. And I sent them to him. And then he phoned me back one more time. I forget what his name was now. He's a bit of a prat, actually. And he said, well, who's this Betty Swallocks? And I said, never mind who that is, mate. I'm not a youth group pastor, am I? And you're running a church and people are taking their kids there and trusting you with them, while they're with you. And you've got this clown from Colchester, Cuthbert, going online with them, abusing people and being really offensive. And that was the end of that. He didn't want to know anymore. And I double checked on it a couple of weeks later, and they'd taken Cuthbert's, his wife, Bill and Teresa Cuthbert's names off of there, and they've replaced it with Lucy Cuthbert. So he still had a tentacle in there, and he makes out that, Lucy was innocent. If you go to Rumble, you'll see, just type in my channel, Lucy Cuthbert, ? A troll. And she's there, and that was, I think it was on BitChute. And she's calling me a nasty person, a nasty man. And, I've never met, I've never spoken to her. So obviously he was using her as well, trolling people, like this Dan, his son. Everything that comes out of Bill's mouth is a lie. If he opens his mouth, he's lying. It's as simple as that. He probably lies in his sleep, and his son Dan is just a big mouth gobshite pisshead. That's the truth of it. If they don't like it, tough shit, come and bring it to my door. I'll be more than happy to get to it with them, but he can't. And so what does he do? 15 years of doxing, slandering, he's calling everybody paedophiles. Yet, Ryan done an excellent job the other day on 2 different hangouts, showing the connection between Jonathan Turton and how it goes straight back to him. And here on my computer, I will put some up. I've got multiple hangouts where you've got Bill Cuthbert, you've got Thick Shades, you've got Andy Jack, you've got Roger Bright, and I think one of them is Joseph Byron Swain, this ThinkSpot guy, who Bill claimed he doesn't know anything. I don't know nothing about Sebastian. I'm not subscribed to. And then in the next video, he's saying, Joe says to him, Bill, we've known each other for 7 years. And then, Cuthbert says, I knew you before, from old, long before you was ThinkSpot, blah, blah, but a certain person. And as I said, as we said at the start of this, you can't reason with that level of insanity. It's just a waste of time. You'll just frustrate yourself. So all you can do, Ben, is, as you are, show his hypocrisy, show his contradictions, and let normal people with functioning brains decide for themselves. And you'll very quickly learn who the wrong uns are. And they're all around Cuthbert now,
Yeah. Even Beckel has seen the real Bill, and the truth is, speaks out against Bill's community posts. Beckel defended Bill when all that kicked off years ago, 3 or 4 years back, I think. But because Bill now continues his calling people pedo this, pedo supporter, pedo this, which I can hold my hand up and say, no, I do not support that stuff. The thing is, Veckel's channel is his channel, and yeah, he has news unit with Veckel, but that's up to him. That's up to him. That's up to him who he has on his channel. Doesn't affect his salvation at all.
Well, the inescapable truth is also, it applies to him too, because he was in hangouts with Matt Bell. I've seen them. Yeah. So was Andy, you know, knight in shining armor, and, you know, he's worried about something on his computer. I've proven beyond shadow of a doubt that he gives preferential treatment to people that are doing his dirty work, like Roger Bright, and I've had a lot of hassle with that little piece of work. I can tell
I keep hearing that name, Roger Bright. Sorry for interrupting. Can you give me a little bit of info?
Saved by Jesus Blood. All one word. Saved by Jesus Blood. He's on YouTube, and he was around for a very long time. And him and Jonathan Turton, that's Enoch too, the serial sex offender from, it's not Australia. Ryan got that wrong. He's from Ontario, Canada. Dundas Square is where the sex offences took place. Him and Roger Bright were inseparable, and all they ever did was go around in a pack, trolling people and just harassing people and making video nasties. I mean, if you go over to Saved by Jesus Blood's channel, I mean, he's completely obsessed with Final Call. Even after his death, he made one not too long ago, because Ryan put it up, about other deceased former YouTube Christians. He's a real nasty piece of work, that one. And he was he was traveling all over the world. And there's a Michael McGregor, is it? He's a gay lad that's often in Bill's hangouts. Well, he was meeting, Roger Bright was meeting, if you just don't take my word for it, go over there and see for yourself, Michael. And he's traveling from Australia to wherever it was. And, you know, he's meeting this young lad in a hotel room. Yeah. You know, and there's another case that I was looking at. I can't prove any of this other than what I've seen. I'm not saying that anything's gone on, but it might have done. But there was a Mr. Repzillion or something like that. He was around about 10, 15 years ago, and he was a young, you know, I think he was probably gay. And Roger was obsessed with him too. Absolutely obsessed with him. Made video after video after video. And somewhere on that guy's channel, that Repzillion fella, he went from like a Christian to a complete atheist very quickly. And he gives an account of why that happened. He said that he was raped by a YouTube Christian. Yeah, I mean, I'm not lying. It's probably still on his channel if he's still there. Mr. Repzillion or something. Repzillion or something. Yeah, and he literally said somebody, a Christian on YouTube, raped him. Male Christian. Yeah. So there's some dirt.
Well, I mean, I've got to ask. I mean, I don't want to do a no true Scotsman fallacy. I would struggle to believe that a Christian, truly Christian, I mean, you know, with all the knobs, bells and whistles, whatever, would actually go and rape somebody. I would struggle with that a little bit. Whether
exactly.
Well, you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, you know, if they got the fear of the God in them, they wouldn't dream of that. You know, and the same thing applies to Cuthbert. You know, if
they might dream of it. They might dream of it. They might think about, you know, whatever bits and bobs, but that wouldn't necessitate them actually going and living it out, you know, doing it.
I wouldn't even dream about that, and I'm not a Christian, but
Oh.
you know, they wouldn't do if they believe that the truth is, Bob, if they truly believed in a God that sees all and knows all and everything, they wouldn't do half the stuff that they do, and they certainly wouldn't call people paedophiles maliciously, dox them and do all of these evil deeds, and they certainly wouldn't be, you know, running porn domains directing animated porn at children. And you've got Cuthbert. If you go to my Rumble channel, you'll see it must have been made before I actually came on, and it was made by Cuthbert, and it was on a Mimica Rises clone account, because as I mentioned before, I thought it was the real Mimica attacking me, because as I flagged each channel down, they would simply use another sock account and transfer all these doxing videos showing maps how to get to my house on another channel, and it turned out it wasn't him. But the one that I found on there, which I saved, a couple of them, I've got one of the real Mimica. And interesting thing coming up. You've got Bill with his stupid voice changer. You know, you can hear it's Bill. and he's attacking Mimica, trying to gaslight him, saying that he was off his medications, talking about porn domains and drugs as far back as that. So he was protecting Thick Shades as far back as 2010. Now, the other interesting part is they had an original video made by the real Mimica. He was a Cockney from London. Apparently he was a decent guy, but he was talking about something sort of anti-establishment and kind of revolutionary. And when the police came here the first couple of times, there was one, I forget his name, PC Shim or something like that. I showed him this channel where they were, showing a map to get to my house, and where they'd stolen a video that I put up on the DJ Groove Machine website, a promotional video of us doing this charity fundraising event for a children's cancer ward at the William Harvey Hospital in Ashford, when the lady that was organising it got ripped off by her DJ, just fucked off with her money. And she phoned us up at the last minute, say, please, can you help us? Can you help? I said, yeah, of course I will. And my wife literally came home from work, didn't even get the chance to have a cup of tea, get changed. And Alistair, my mate, we jumped in the big old van, and we took like 3 tons of equipment now and put on the biggest show she's ever seen. And I think we raised, I can't remember now, it must have been about £5,000 for this charity thing, and saved the day. And he stole that. You'll see me on the dance floor doing this charity auction thing, giving off tickets to meet off some boxer or something like that, and all of this. Raised a load of money, and Thick Shade stole that. So it was up on this channel with this Mimica one, and I reported it to police. And here's the funny twist. This is the funny twist. I've got all the screenshots upstairs in the loft. The only video that this copper was interested in was the real Mimica one, because it was basically calling for a revolution. He was a bit like that, Yeah. And they actually followed that up. And a couple of weeks later, I think it might have been Dan or one of these other clowns that hangs around with Cuthbert, made mention of that. And he says, oh, this Chapman guy called the police and said we were terrorists because they came to his house. So that confirmed that it came from Cuthbert, because the police actually went there. I don't know whether it was to Cuthbert's house or to one of his friends' houses, and followed that up. I don't know obviously I don't know what the outcome of that was, but yeah. So, it was definitely them doing it. They were running the Mimica Rises channel, and now it turns out this Gluteus Ignorantium channel was Bill himself.
Yeah.
Because he admitted it. Yeah. So they're playing a dangerous game.
Yeah.
So
he'll be doing a spoof account of me next, and Ben. Oh, he's already done one of Ben, I think.
Yeah, I saw that earlier on, and it's so immature and childish. And the thing, I remember I was talking when I was friendly with that Joe Swain for a short period of time. He turned out to be just like Rob Reed. I remember saying, when I first saw Cuthbert, doing all this, I said, who the hell is that? He went, oh, that's Cuthbert, Bill Cuthbert. He thinks he's funny. And I said to Cuthbert, I said, you're a dick. You're a knob. I said, the only funny thing about you, Cuthbert, is the fact that you actually think you're funny, and you're not.
Yeah.
You're not funny at all. And that really got his nose out of joint, and he really didn't like that. And with these people, all the time they're mocking and taking the piss out of people. They're having a whale of a time. But once you turn that shit round on them, they're going to take you to court. They're phoning the police about you and are doing all this shit, So who's the grass? It's them. So...
Bill laughs at his own comments. He makes his own comments.
Oh, he's legendary for that. Well, if you go and see Trevor Vernon's videos, he's talking about all that. He says he's sitting there, he's got the Legion of 100 dung downs, and he's talking to himself, and having conversations with himself in all these stock account, thinking, God, how messed up.
Classic narcissist.
Well, yeah, absolutely. But it's a bit more than that, I think you find.
Yeah, I was going to say,
classic fuckhead, if you talk. Sad, lonely little prat. He hasn't got any friends, so he has to invent them, imaginary friends. But yeah, he's a bizarre creature. He really is. But they all are. I mean, you know, some of the stuff.
So, this is how it goes. This is how it goes with Bill. Okay, this is his life. Well, I don't know his life, but this is how it goes from what I've seen on YouTube. Literally, so I'm just gonna meet Bill over in the garden. Need to do some gardening with Bill. Okay, Bill. Oh, just need to go past the room, say hello to Bill on the computer, doing parody and doxing, whatever. Hello, Bill. You alright, Bill? Yeah, not too bad, Bill. Just going to meet the other Bill in the garden, so me and Bill can talk in the garden.
I know, it's just incredible. I've actually got. I just haven't had the chance because I've been so busy. I was doing Disco Boys Van all last week. But I made some piss take videos. You know, me and my wife are sitting in my van. You know, we're down by the seaside. We're having a cook up and all of that. And I can bring this up. I said, you know, you got Bill and Teresa Cuthbert in the same house, and they're talking to each other online. And I say, it's like me, Al. I said, it's like me getting on my phone now. You're sitting next to me, and I'll send you a text to pass me the salt. How messed up is that? That's just mental, isn't it? It's just not right. And he has the audacity to go around calling everybody that he doesn't like nutty. Everybody's nutty except Bill. You couldn't make that shit up. I mean, he's literally Sorry?
I wouldn't want the job of working out what exactly the mentality is behind it. I really wouldn't. I would hate that.
I think that would be an ordeal for even the most seasoned psychologist, and probably they'd jump off a cliff because they wouldn't be able to fathom what's going on there. You know?
Yeah, Bill can't.
All I can put it down to is like 30 or 40 years eating BSE infected fucking beef or something. You know, he's got mad cow disease. Damn. I don't know, Bob. It's just, you know, I've tried to figure it out, and you really don't need that shit in your head. You really don't need Cuthbert in your head. He's crazy as fuck.
But that's how you evangelize free grace.
Free grace, yeah. Free grace. Oh man, I found some more stupid videos that they made today, because what I've done, I bought a new 2 terabyte hard drive yesterday because a lot of my stuff is mixed in with their stuff, and you know, like all my, you know, valuable videos to back up. So I've over the last sort of 2 days, I've been separating and putting all my decent stuff, all my material onto a hard drive separately, so I know where to find all of their shit. And there's just, it's vast. It's just, I mean, some of the stuff that I'm doing now. In fact, I'm just going to check on that and see if that's finished. Yeah, that's done. That's good. That'll be up on Rumble in the next hour. Yeah, that's rendered, and it just shows the level of insanity of Andy Jack alone, and the obsessive, bizarre behaviour.
Well, you can sit there with 26,000 quid on screen, and it doesn't take long to find out what his name is and whatever.
Well, the thing is, right, Bob, the video he put up before that, he's walking around where he's talking about those Indians and that Maserati sitting on a drive, and he's literally walking around, and he walks past the street sign where he lives and walks into his house. And like the next day, he's showing 26,000 quid in cash. How somebody didn't just go around there and bash him on the head and rob him? Not too smart, is he?
No.
There's another video. I'm still looking for it because it's important, and it shows how deplorable Andy is. He, when was it? It was about 2019, I think it was. And he was doing a taxi run from Swindon to Barham, which is just up the road from where I am. It's a big crematorium there. Lovely, beautiful place. I've been to quite a few funerals there. And basically what he was doing, he was trying to bait me to come there and start trouble. You know, he makes references to me, and I'm going to be there at such and such a time, and the wake is going to be down in the Jack outdoor pub, which was featured in the film The Battle of Britain, where you've got the Home Guard outside and Susanna York and what's his name, Christopher Plummer, go in and have a drink. Well, it's that pub there. And I've got it somewhere. I've got to find it. And I'm thinking to myself, I was right to report him as not fit to be a taxi driver, because imagine if it had been somebody like a traveller or something, or somebody that wouldn't have given a shit, had gone there and disrupted and ruined a funeral. You know, that shows his total lack of concern, morals, or responsibility for the safety of his customers. And he did that. I don't give a shit out whether he denies it, because I'm going to dig that out and do a critique on that one. And that's appalling. Nothing is sacred to him. But they're all like that. And then, of course, you know, is it any wonder that, you know, you've got someone, Smokey Saint, and that the guys over there that are ripping the shit out of him? That he's just he's sowing, you know, he's reaping what he's sown. He's only got himself to blame. He's enraged so many people over such a huge expanse of time. He forgets who he's upset, and they're all out there and they all know what he's up to.
Yeah. As I say, he's going to pick on the wrong person or the right person, depending on your point of view.
Well, the thing is, Bob, I said to you in the last video, I think, or the last hangout I was in, I don't know whether it was here or on Ben's or whatever, you know, they're mentioning my nephew's name, and that is definitely the wrong person. I promise you, and I'm not just blowing smoke up his ass.
Go on.
I would mess with him. I would not. There is no one around here that will mess with him. And they're making videos on this stupid sock account talking about him. I daren't tell him. You know, but knowing Thicky and what they do go into people's Facebook accounts, and Thick Shades has been known for taking, you know, people's children, photos of their kids and all sorts of that over the 15 years. So nothing is sacred to this individual.
I'll tell him, might teach them a lesson.
No, because the thing is, my nephew, he's got all the good things going for him, you know, and the thing is, that the guy I told you about, the extended person, that the extended family member that's now doing life, that's 2 lives ruined. It's not just him banged up inside, and the lad that, and the thing is the lad that got killed, he was quite an handful, and he was a nasty bastard. He used to go around shooting people and stuff like that. Oh yeah, he was a nasty piece of work. But the thing is, it's the kids and the families. So now my nephew, the one they're talking about, has got the kids, is now looking after the kids of the individual inside, you know, and it's stress and all of that, and it's the same for the person that's died. You know, he had kids and their family, so you know, they don't understand. To them, it's just a game. It's just satire or parody. Yeah, well, it ain't when it comes crashing through your front door and somebody gets killed. That's right. It's insane. And I've been saying this to the law for 15 years in Cuthbert's case. And they're saying, well, you know, if that happens, then we'll take action. I say, well, it ain't that's fucking good for me and my family, is it? We'll
just bolt the door after the horse has gone.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and you say one little hurty word to them and they're calling the police like Jack did last week. But, you know, once this copper realised what was going on, he just did, we ain't going there. You know, we're not going to waste precious CPS resources on that.
Well, he was wasting their time. They should have arrested him.
They should have done that years ago, Bob, but I don't know. It's just the most bizarre shit I've ever seen. When I grew up, you know, what we was talking about, old school coppers, mate, they would have, well, I'm going to be absolutely truthful. If you was an arsehole, they'd nick you, they'd take you down to the police station, they'd kick the shit out of you. That's what, when I was a youngster, mate, I got a few beatings by the old Bill down in the cells, mate. Wrap you up in the old thin little bloody blanket and they kick the shit out of you.
Yeah.
That's how they used to be. And I think we need to return to those types of... there has to be respect. There has to be law and order. It's got to be fair, you know, otherwise it's pure anarchy, isn't it? Yeah. But what's going on now, it's just bizarre. And here's the thing, right? I've got I've got a life and I've got things more important than these idiots to be doing. But when they're continuously putting the lives of me and my family and my reputation in danger, you know, showing my house burning and me burning alive and portraying me as Adolf Hitler and shit like that, that's quite serious. To them, it's just parody.
Yeah.
You know, he said this to one of the judges, and he was a lovely judge, lovely old boy. He's retired now, ever so nice, totally on my side. You know, the one that said naughty, naughty, naughty. You know, he went, "Oh, it's just satire." And the old judge said to him, "No, it's not. You know, it's not satire." You know,
I am amazed that they didn't enforce that.
I couldn't afford to go back, Bob, because at that time, you know, Ben's got my medical records there and a few other people. I became so ill and so wound up. I was like a coiled fucking spring. You know, if I'd have got hold of him at the time, I fear for what I would have done, to be truthful. I'd be banged up. And, you know, I had to take like Valiums, and I kind of like them now because it's like a nice night out. Bill has his beer and I'll just pop one of them. I think I'm nice and calm now. But that's all down to them. That's all down to them. I didn't need shit like that. But yeah, they got a, you know, what you said, it'll all come out in the wash, and it will. It will, you know. That's one thing I know for certain, is there is an afterlife. There is existence of whatever it is that we would call our soul, our energy, our personality. Something exists beyond the process of the body dying. And I hope you guys are right. I hope it is Jesus. I really do. Because if it is, and you might be right, I'm not saying you're not, they're in serious trouble. Serious trouble. You know. There you are. So
when you look at how this world is and how everything came to be, there is no Big Bang Theory. The word theory that people use means
of course,
possibly, likely, probably not, probably yeah. But the truth is, like I do art, and I've got a blank canvas in front of me. Someone's got to put that paint and do something with it, with that canvas, and paint a picture. So it's the same thing with the Lord. There was a blank canvas. There was nothing there. And he breathed it. He says by his word, he brought everything into existence. Everything. And think about it. Every single one creature on this earth, every animal, every butterfly, every bird, every blade of grass, every tree, even us. We have our own unique DNA and cells and organisms, and
I could talk about this stuff all night long, Ben. I'm not denying I see intelligent design, because, you know, oh my goodness me, I could go on about this stuff for bloody days. You know, when you look at he was talking about the moon, or somebody was the other day, wasn't he? And it's a stabilizer. It's literally a stabilizer to stabilize the weather systems, the tides. Without it, it would be chaos. And then you go further out, you've got the ionosphere to protect us from solar radiation, but then you've got a secondary system, which is the spinning iron core, radioactive iron core, which creates the magnetosphere around the Earth to protect us from the harmful rays of the sun. But then the further out you go, I think it's one of the gas giants is also, even so, this is mainstream science talks about this, it acts as a giant vacuum cleaner to deflect most of the asteroids away from a trajectory towards the Earth. And when you get further out, I could really get into this in a massive way, but I haven't got time. You know, I see fine tuning everywhere, the correct mix of gases to make life possible, the correct mix of oxygen and nitrogen. Any more oxygen, it wouldn't happen, you know. And the ecosystem and the way it all works, I get that, but there are some ugly things in nature, but they all each in their turn they serve a purpose. I get all that, Ben. You know, I'm not an evolutionist as such, but having said that, you know, if you take one of the top designers of a I don't know, Formula One racing car, they improve. They improve. They improve. They you know, who knows? I don't know. I don't claim to be an expert. I'll give my opinion if asked for it, but I won't debate with anyone because what the hell do I know? You know, I'm trying to suss it all out like everybody else is. And, you know, at the end of the day, you've got people like Cuthbert and all of the other side and all this, all claiming to have the absolute truth and the absolute version, like, you know, you like the King James version and, you know, but I don't think any of that matters. I don't care. I don't think it matters what club you're a member of or how well you can quote the Bible verses. It's probably how you apply them in your life. And I don't believe for one second that God, whatever God is, judges people by their Bible knowledge or their ability to, you know, memorize verses or debate. It's by the character and by their hearts and what's in there. That's just my belief. That's what I believe at the moment.
It's a good point, that.
The thing is, nobody's ever taken the time, I've said it once before, to find out what I really believe and what I actually think. I mean, Eric called me in quite a few years ago, and he wanted to talk about my book, and all he talked about was him. So I thought, I can't be doing with this. You know, but if people really want to talk to me and know about all of that stuff in a grown-up way, then I'm always happy to sort of talk about it, all the paranormal stuff. And, you know, but they seem to think that bothers me by where they take the piss out of it. And you got Brickner bringing up ghosts, and what do you think? Well, you know, what's the point of your question? What's going on? Hang on, just want to... Oh, it's coming from your headphones. I think it's some sound coming from one of you guys. Yeah, they're a strange bunch of people. Truly strange.
So, I understand you got a German Shepherd.
I have. I've always owned German Shepherds.
So we've now got a Sprocker Spaniel and a Dachshund, but years ago, my folks used to show German Shepherds, part of the German Shepherd Dog Club of Great Britain.
Mm-hmm.
And used to show shepherds. My grand folks used to breed shepherds and show shepherds. One of the dogs, Ashes, I've got right here with me in an urn.
Have you? Yeah, we've got two lots of Ashes here. We've got Oscar and Luger. Luger, I'm talking about him in the video that I've just put out today, where Jack was literally mocking the shit out of the demise of my dog. And oh shit, yeah, you know, and saying all German Shepherds, because I found some video captures and stuff that he was talking about German Shepherds and all of this. And, you know, he admits that when he came here, God, what a mistake that was, much to my cost, that my lovely little German Shepherd Luger kept him company all night. He was a very placid animal, lovely dog. And shortly after Mr. Jack left, he became very ill. Make of that what you will. And within a year, he was dead. The dog was dead.
Wow.
Pancreatic cancer. I'm not suggesting that, you know, he was Mickey Finned anything, but it's just, and all through that time, they were looking on Facebook. They were, you know, you had Thick Shades and Cuthbert checking me out in Facebook. I don't. I'm just using a different name, and I keep my circle of friends very close, and I keep my posts private. But they saw that as a means to attack me. You got Thick Shades that took the pictures of Oscar from my desktop and from there, and showed a silver truck, because at the time I had a silver Nissan Navara truck that used to drive to work. You know, anything to try and hurt people, but it didn't hurt me. It just showed how fucking evil and sick-minded they all are. And you had Jack and Cuthbert. Yeah, you know, and when you see the video that I put up today, much to Mr. Jack's annoyance, it really sort of shows a window into his soul and what's in there. And what's in there is black and dark. You know, darker than anything I ever encountered in my paranormal days, that's for sure. You know, I don't get it. They just want to seem to have somebody to blame their miserable existences on, you know, punch bag, instead of just dealing with it and saying, okay, that's life. Life's a bitch sometimes, and just get on with it. No, they've got to gripe and groan about and attack somebody, and they're all the same. Those people over on the Praise I Am channel are just deplorable, disgusting. I still, to this day, you know, when I sit there and look at some of the stuff I've put on Rumble and what George put up, how Rob Reed could just sit there and with Bill and, you know, all of these people, amongst these people, when they're saying these dreadful things about people and preaching Jesus in the same breath. It's bizarre to me. It really is. There you are.
So
I did work in a psychiatric hospital once.
Oh,
So that picture there, Dave,
Yeah.
that German Shepherd is a drawing of 1989 German Shepherd, because my folks, you see, that's when they started showing Shepherds. And they had friends around the corner, a couple that used to have kennels, went out to Bristol. My grandfolks used to go to Bristol, Wales, you name it, to go dog showing, and got trophies here in the corner. First best bitch in show, best dog in show.
Nice.
We've also got second and thirds, obviously, but some of them were first. But that dog there, and I was only about 5 or 6 at the time, so very young. But what I've been told, that dog came first in a dog show over in Germany.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah,
The one I've got now, Kaiser, he's 8 now. He was having some terrible seizures. He's just been diagnosed with epilepsy, and we've got to give him barbiturates, phenobarbital. But he doesn't seem to touch the sides of it as long as it stops the seizures. That was horrific. But he came from one of the top breeders in the UK. Lovely old lady. I don't know if she's still alive now, because that was 8 years ago. Lady called Shirley Porter. Sherlock is the kennel name. Yeah, he's pedigree. He's got a really rich pedigree, and she's been breeding just German Shepherds and Bloodhounds for like 50, 60 years. And he's a magnificent creature. He is. We don't feed him any crap. He has raw meat and bone meal and that sort of thing, and raw chicken and stuff. And she swears by it. Yeah, he's a magnificent creature. But I love him. I prefer dogs more than I do human beings, to be truthful.
Yeah, they don't let you down.
No, they're dead loyal. Yeah, they're dead loyal.
I like the name Kaiser. Kaiser's a nice name.
Well, yeah, Kaiser.
Yeah, look,
Kaiser. Sorry?
That's one trophy.
I didn't see it. I saw just. Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. All right. Nice one. Yeah. Yeah. I see that. Yeah. Lovely. Yeah. Well, it was because they're a German breed. Obviously, you got to give them German names. I was going to call him Fritz, because that's a good name for a German Shepherd, Fritz, or even a Rocky, a Rottweiler. But it was Kaiser after Kaiser Wilhelm, and Luger, obviously, after the German gun, the Luger, and before him, Oscar, as in the good German, Oscar Schindler. One of my favourite films. Yeah, so I've always owned German Shepherds. There's 2 buried in my back garden from the sort of 80s and 90s that I had. That was Sophie and Winston, after Churchill, of course. Winston, I know it's a strange name for a German breeder dog. Winston. We will fight them on the beaches. We will never surrender. Yeah. You see the difference right now? I've come into this, and we're not being nasty. We're just talking about the people that are being nasty. We're having a normal, regular conversation. And I just don't get why they can't. Well, maybe they're just incapable of doing such. I don't know. Maybe we should pity them more than hate them. I don't know. But,
You can't go in there and ask them any questions, Dave.
No.
You'll get booted out.
Of course, Well, when I was, I think I was in Ben's. Yeah, you called me in, didn't you, Ben, when Brickner was in there? And I said, can we have a grown-up discussion? And no, he just gives these stupid, sarcastic answers. And I threw him a googly. I said, tell me you love me. Well, you're Christian, aren't you, Bruce? Tell me you love me. He just...
I had to mute there, because there's no way I wanted to listen to Bruce for an hour or so.
Oh, it's tedious, isn't it? I know. I can't even go through their videos. I just, You know, people tell me, I get an email, and my wife might be just flicking through it and says, yeah, you better download that one they're talking about. You keep that one on file. So that's what I do. You know, I can't be listening to, I just don't want to listen to his drivel, you know, incoherent ramblings of a pisshead, you know, that can't even talk properly.
Yeah.
Funny thing, there's quite a few hangouts that he's done in the past where he's talking about people around where he lives, you know, as chavs. The biggest chav talking about calling people chavs. You know, thinking, what? Oh dear, they've got some strange mirrors up there in Colchester. They really have. But what will be, will be. It's just the way it is. Just the way it is.
Essex Saloons, as Bill puts it.
I only got a little bit of that. You broke up there. But yeah. He's a strange character. He's never done a day's work in his life. You know, it's bizarre, you know, and I've got videos here where he's mocking charity work. Jonathan Turton actually did that to me. You know, he says, you're trying to buy your way into heaven. It's a stench under the nose of Jesus, you know, raising like 10 grand for children with cancer and stuff like this. So I put him on the spot one day. I've still got that video. I think I did put that up. And I said, all right, then, would you like to make a donation on one of my Just Giving pages? And then he put a video out. Same thing, you know. He was asking for money, blah, 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 blah. No, I said, would you like to make a donation to save the children or children with cancer? It doesn't come to me. It goes straight to the Just Giving page. It goes straight to the charity. And just to prove a point, I said, okay, then I'll do it on your behalf. So I put 150 quid on it, that right there and then. And it was up there and it said, on behalf of Jonathan Turton, you know, just to prove a point. I don't give a shit about money. I mean, I haven't got 2 ABs to scratch my arse with now, thanks to them people, but we get by. We get by. You won't see me flashing 26,000 quid in front of a camera, that's for sure, to try and entice an American over so Bill can cut his effing throat with his axe. You think that would be like inciting, you know, or conspiring to commit murder or something? I don't know. Yeah. It's just nuts. It's crazy.
He's a battle axe.
It's bizarre. Anyway, I've got shit to do. I just wanted to go and just have a quick chat for 5 minutes, check me mic out. I've got all different settings on this and it does all weird and wonderful things, but it's a bit clunky. I can change the tone of it, yeah, all different settings. That one I can go from, have you got headphones on? Go from sort of left to right. It's really weird. I bought that from a boot fair, give a bloke tenner for it, and I looked them up and they're over. I mean, they were about 150 quid. But yeah, I give them a tenner for it the other day at a boot fair. I thought, bloody hell, that was all right, wasn't it? I'll have that. That'll do nicely. Yeah. I love the boot fairs. There was a bloke selling bloody booze out of the boot of his car the other week. And, you know, I'm not a drinker, but I do collect bottles of booze. I love them for the nice bottles, you know, things. I bought a 20-year-old sealed bottle of Glenfiddich whiskey, and I give him like 20 quid, and they're like 50-odd quid. And there was one I bought, beautiful single malt, and it's still sealed in the box. And my wife looked it up, and I give him 20 quid for that as well. And they're like 70 quid. I thought, bloody hell, that's good. Yeah. You know, and they'll sit up there and they only get better. As long as you don't open them, they just mature and become really smooth and lovely. Because I do like a little dram now and again, especially if I'm out night fishing, you know, put it a little nip in your coffee, keep the cold out. Very nice too. But there we are. I can turn this freaking mic right up like that. Look, I can really boom it out. But it's just a bit too much. Bit too loud. Well, if I ever get into a screaming, too loud. If Brickler comes in, I'll just overpower him. You know, I'll just talk right over the top of him and just blitz him.
What you did with Bruce.
It is odd. You know, the thing is, right, I used to feel quite sorry for Bruce. Not too long ago. I used to feel quite sorry for him because you can't take this away from Bruce, right? You know, he is a very talented musician. That guitar he can play one hell of a guitar. You can't take that away from him. And it is kind of tragic. And I've told him this loads of times, but it doesn't compute. You know, it is tragic that he's got agoraphobia, and you know, I knock that a little bit. But you know, you're going to start hitting me in the guts, I'm going to give you a gut shot myself. But the fact that he can't go out and, you know, go out on the road and all of that is kind of a waste, really, because as I said, he is a very talented musician. Play a good guitar. Maybe that's.
I used to enjoy the times when I used to go over there to Bruce's a lot. I used to get the piano playing. He used to get his guitar out, done some playing of our music and all this, and you know, but it's just gone crazy now, and it's just, you know.
Well, it's all. The thing is, it's always Cuthbert. It's always Cuthbert in the epicenter of the devastation. He's always there because that is what he is. You know, and he's, oh, you're slandering me. No, I'm not. I'm telling it how it is. That's a fact. You know, Cuthbert is always there. He's in the middle of it, or pulling the strings, sending people in. I want to see him go and debate this Smokey Saint. That's what you know, Smokey Saint was calling him out. I know it won't.
That won't happen. No.
You know, because he can't confront people. He can't handle confrontations.
But he can't. I'll tell you why. The main reason is, if he went in there and introduced himself, his whole credibility would be absolutely destroyed, if it isn't already destroyed anyway.
Well, he didn't have a reputation. Well, that's funny enough.
You know what I mean, though?
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah.
He has got a reputation, but for all the wrong reasons.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, for all the wrong reasons. There is nothing good you can say about Bill. And that is true. There's nothing good you can say about. Well, he can grow tomatoes.
Yeah.
Who can't? You just chuck them in the ground and away they go. Put a few, you know, a cane for them to grow up and you've got tomatoes. I mean, wow. All paid for by the taxpayer. He should be kicked off the dole and made to work. You know, there we are, Bob, sorry. I'll say another 10 Hail Marys. Hail Mary, Mother of Grace. Oh, God, I'm getting a bit senile.
The word grace and the word Bill would never be in the same sentence.
I know, it's bizarre.
Even
Trevor Vernon, if you go and see those two videos that are up there, he says, you know, they're doing all this, they're talking to each other, and you got Bill talking to himself in all these different accounts. He said, no one is ever going to take you seriously, and that's pretty much the size of it. He needs to just get off of YouTube and just go and live a bit of life before he kicks the bucket. He nearly came close last year, apparently. So, yeah. There you go. How you doing, Janet? You're all right there, lovey? Has anybody ever heard Cheryl speak? Has she ever gone into a chat at all? No.
No.
I don't know.
Because I'm starting to wonder if it's really if she's for real, or she's Cuthbert, or Teresa Cuthbert in a different account. You just don't know, do you? Unless you can see these people producing content like that. What's that lady? Frances Rude.
Yes,
yeah. I've had a conversation with Frances Rude on Facebook.
So she's real, is she? She's real.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've had a conversation with her on Facebook. I can't remember what they call it. That not Instagram. What do they call it? Messenger. Yeah, we've had a face-to-face live call.
Oh, right. So she's the real deal. Is
oh,
she?
yeah.
She seems to be very sympathetic towards thick shades and all of that, but maybe it's her age. I don't know.
I don't know. I couldn't honestly say. She hasn't made any comment to me about Sam. 6 years.
Okay, so Cheryl is real. Janet just said that she is real. Well, she's a very bitter, twisted lady. That's all I can say. Apparently, she's got cancer. You would think she would be getting her house in order if that was the case. It
Who's
just
that?
seems like,
Santa's real or Cheryl?
Cheryl.
yeah.
Oh, Cheryl, right, okay.
Yeah, some of the stuff she's putting out there and going around thriving on all of this stuff, you know, she's like, you know, you put a video out, she's there seconds and reporting it to that lot, back to HQ, you know, Cuthbert Central. It's bizarre. I don't get it. I just don't get it. They must live very sad, meaningless lives. That's all I can say.
Well, I think that's one of the problems of Bill. He's looking for meaningfulness, and he's got none.
No.
You know, every time he says something, I mean, he was talking about the Trinity last night. Oh, well, I love a bit of Trinity, I do. And I thought, the first thought that came to my mind is, why are you, you know, it seems as though he's talking about the Trinity as though he's having a piece of pie or something.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. It's bizarre.
I love a bit of Trinity, I do. It's like some sort of potato salad.
Yeah.
What on earth does the guy think he is? Relevance and meaningfulness he does not have.
Now, in his case, what you were saying about Andy Jack a few years ago applies totally. Useless, worthless, meaningless existence. The only thing he does is be nasty. And he does it in a bizarre way. It's, you know, he wouldn't do it directly to anybody, I don't think, the dog's barking.
What is MVP?
Sorry?
What's MVP?
No idea.
She is the MVP because of getting news where it needs to be for free great community.
Okay.
Oh, I don't know. Anyway. Oh, most valuable player. Yeah, I got you.
Okay, yeah.
When you look at it carefully, though, you notice there's never that many people in Tom's side chat. 4 or 5.
The thing is, now they're a spent force, and they're old. People have just had enough of their bullshit, and people are wising up to it and thinking, you know, I don't want to be doing this for the rest of my freaking life. You know, he's stuck in a time loop. You know, 15 years ago, you know, there was a lot of that about, but people have moved on and they just don't want to hear that crap anymore. It's pointless waste of it, you know, time. It really is. That's why I don't watch his videos anymore, because I think
they make their nastiness into a cliche. That's what they've done, really, isn't it? A byword.
It is. Yeah. Strange people.
A byword and a dark saying.
Yeah. Anyway, I better get my arse in the gear. I'm still making a video for my Kentish author thing of drones and whatnot and cookouts and shit like that.
Yeah.
I've got 1,001 things to do. I was actually at the boot fair yesterday. Took the mother-in-law and my wife there, and I might have another little welding job coming along because got talking to this couple. Meet some lovely people there. Boot fairs, I love boot fairs. And they said, oh, we got a camper, you know, that needs welding. We've been trying to find someone who does welding. I said, look no further. And they've got an old 1991 transit camper van, proper camper van, you know, dormitory. And it needs some steps welding, side steps. Well, I said, I can do that for you. So I'm waiting for them to call me and earn a few quid there, you know, get the welder out again. That welder out there, right, Ben, is older than you.
Yeah. I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
Keeps going and going and going. It's getting a bit old now, but.
And it'd be after me.
Have you still got that Mini?
No.
No, just as well. They're crap.
No, I don't do that. I was very, very silly. And then of course after that they had to do more parody on that, didn't they? Oh, did they? Yeah. I was looking at a few of them through the summer. Convertibles, but the only one worth having is the diesel. The petrols are rubbish. They're always going wrong. They're terrible bloody things. Yeah, don't show on your car, Ben. Even the inside of it, because they'll recognise it from somewhere. I haven't got nothing, Bob, now.
Oh. What, you got no wheel?
No, I was a silly boy. I
Well,
can't
get
say
yourself,
better than that. I was just playing.
Get yourself a bike, Ben. A 250, whatever.
I have a bike. Yeah, I have a bicycle.
No,
Well,
he
talk
meant
to Dave about it.
What
Talk
motorcycle?
to Dave about it. Yeah.
You can
No,
only
no.
you haven't passed your test, have you, Ben?
No. I don't want to ride a motorbike. Or I don't trust myself.
Oh,
Don't you?
right.
Okay. So you'd only be able to ride a 125, and it's only for a year. If you don't take your test within a year, they put you back 3 years or something like that. Now it's
my second cousin. I was around about 6. I didn't know him. I met him once or twice as a child. But from what I've heard, my second cousin, he used to go running each morning with his mum, because his mum's not very well with Alzheimer's right now. But years and years ago, in the late 80s, he used to go running. He was into sport. He used to go swimming. He was going to run in the marathon, but in the following year, 1990, March, he and his friend went out in his car. He was driving, and of course, what happened was, the way from what I've been explained about it, is that he overtook a lorry, and he clipped the curb, and the car, because it was small, something happened. He clipped the curb and it went over on its roof. His friend survived, but my second cousin, Dazzy, he died aged 19 years old. But
that's not good, is it?
No, but apparently he was very reckless on motorbikes and bicycles, etc. But yeah, he died. He said if he lived, he would have had brain damage anyway. And then, of course, the following year, my granddad and my auntie's mother, 91, she passed away, so they buried her ashes within his grave.
Yeah, it's pretty dangerous out there on bikes nowadays. A lot more traffic on the roads than when I first passed my test. And yeah, I'm getting too old now to. I still ride the bikes, of course I can, but the trouble is, the older you get, your reaction time slows down, and the bikes are getting faster and faster. You know that thing I just sold.
What do you think of the scooters? What do you think of the scooters? No. Yeah.
I restored a scooter with my brother, because my brother was into scooters in a massive way, and he bought a 1969 Lambretta scooter. And I went all the way down your way, Ben. Actually, it was right down West Sussex to buy this thing, and all it was a frame and an engine case, right? Literally, for a Lambretta GP 125, and he paid 1,500 quid just for a bare frame, and an empty engine case. That's how much money they're worth. And he brought it back, and it was in a terrible mess. The frame was near on snapping in half, and I had to weld it all up, make pieces in, put it all together. Anyway, it took about a year to restore this thing, and he spent an absolute fortune on it, and it was all tuned up. And I tried. Right, he said, "Have a go on this, Dave." I had a 1400 Suzuki bloody GSX sitting there, and I said, "Well, get on that thing. You got to be having a laugh." And I tried riding it, and honestly, it was the most unstable thing I've ever ridden in my life. I wouldn't have been seen dead on the bloody thing. But we took it up to Medway Scooter Centre. They specialise in Lambrettas and Vespas. And I was going up the motorway, and I come alongside him, and he was doing 100 bloody mile an hour on the bloody thing. God, how fast it's bloody going. I said, hold back a bit. But yeah, there's a screenshot there. There's a voice clip. He was speeding. naughty.
That would have been my late uncle's birthday today. It would have been around about 52 now. He was the one who was murdered.
All right.
1996. I trust you, Dave. I'm going to share a picture of him later in my email.
Yeah, I won't show it, mate. I won't do nothing.
I
with
know.
it,
I trust you, but I'll show a picture of him because it was 2 years before he was murdered.
There was a bloke murdered literally just down the road. You can see it online. Mickey Smith, his name was. He was a rotten sod. He really was a cruel bastard. And he owned a company called Lynx Taxis. Just type in Google search Lynx Taxis Canterbury, Michael Smith. And that was back in, God, it was the 90s, late 90s. And he was into some bad stuff, really bad stuff. He used to drive around in a Cosworth. He had a Sierra Cosworth, then a brand new Escort Cosworth. He was into a lot of money. And we heard the shots from here. Guy just walked into the taxi rank office, big place. So I used to do cars up in there back in the 90s. My mate had the garage, it's a big garage and an office. And where I used to do my cars up, he got blasted with both barrels of a sawn-off shotgun. It was a professional hit. A bloke went in there, it was, about 11 o'clock at night, walked into the taxi rank, walked into the office and just let him have both barrels, killed him outright. And we heard those shots. Oh, yeah, it was a hell. I would imagine it was a hell of a... Nope. Total cold case. No, they've never caught anybody. They've never caught... And apparently, according to witnesses, this guy just casually walked away, calmly and casually just walked away and then just vanished. And they never caught anybody for that. So but he was a nasty. He used to work in the sort of 70s. One of his first jobs, he worked with my brother in that abattoir, where they used to slaughter the animals. It's gone now. And they used to do it with this bolt thing. It's like they put it on air and it's compressed air and it fires this like bolt, this spike into its brain and stirs it up. Well, he was quite a sadistic bastard. He used to shoot him in the gonads, the nuts with them, just to see him suffer. So I think if you're an evil person, you're going to end up coming to a sticky end. And there's a lesson to be learned there. If they're listening, which I'm sure they are. Yeah. Oh, Andy there, he's had some karma come his way. He lost his license and now shit's going wrong and he's just inviting more. It's bizarre, isn't it, when you think about it?
Yeah. I've known Andy for being selfish from at least 4 years ago. Just before the coup,
Yeah.
He was sat in his flat. He was doing his taxi stuff, and he was boasting that he could go out and earn 20 quid in less than an hour with his taxi. And I thought, you sack of crap. Why didn't you tell everybody that?
It's showing off, isn't it? I mean,
showing off.
It's just so crazy. I just don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me. Goes on holidays and all of that, and all he can talk about is Ryan and people like that. And he's done it to me, when he's sitting in an aircraft. I've got that video somewhere. That engine sounds dapped.
He's on a cruise or on a holiday in Spain somewhere, and he's talking about stuff in England. He just you'd forget all that stuff, wouldn't you? Surely.
Well, you would think so. That's the idea of going on a holiday, is to, just forget all your troubles for a while. But apparently not. He takes them with him. So, I just don't understand why they feel it's appropriate to invade people's lives, private lives, and dish out all this dirt and stuff. If they want to do that to their own lives, that's fine. They're more, that's their choice. But when they start invading people's homes and start talking about bad shit about people, I don't get that. I just don't get that. It's beyond my comprehension. It really is. Severe mental illness or something very dark and sinister controlling them, and that could be a possibility for sure. Anyway, guys, I've got to get cracking, otherwise I'll be sitting here talking to you old boys for the rest of the day. I've got to finish rendering that video, then I've got to do my drone and my cookout stuff, and I've got people that are waiting to see them. I'm getting more subscribers because the people I meet, we was down at Sandwich Bay at the weekend and just having a chill out. And I was filming, and this lady comes up, "Excuse me, you haven't got any jump leads, have you?" I said, "No, I should have, but I haven't got them with me today." Anyway, we got her going, and she was flying me drone. She said, "Oh, can I?" I was waving at me drone. So they've subscribed to me, and they're waiting patiently to see them on my YouTube channel and a few other people. Some of those, those surfboarders with these powered electric surfboards they've got now. Amazing things. I was talking to some of them last week, and they said, "Could you fly your drone and follow us?" I said, "I'll do my best because I've not quite mastered it yet. I'm only a newbie."
Are they surfboards with an engine on or something? Or
they've got an electric motor and they've got these massive lithium battery packs, and they do 38 miles an hour, and they'll go for 2 hours.
Oh,
And they're silent. Yeah, amazing things. They got like a hydrofoil on them. They come right up out of the water. Bloody expensive. The cheapest one, they start at 7,000 quid.
Oh,
yeah. You could buy a jet ski for that.
Did you get across the channel on one?
Yeah, you could. Yeah, but it's hard work, Bob, because there's nothing to hold on to. You just stand on the bloody thing, and they've got like a little remote, that they're waterproof remote that they put in their pocket and whiz across the channel. Yeah, you could do. If it on a flat day, give you a backache though. Cool. Standing up for that amount of time.
2 hours, I can handle it if it means getting out of this bloody country. It's probably just as bad in the rest of Europe.
Oh God, yeah. Oh, this country's going to go down in a massive way. And like I say, you've got these idiots online. All they see is the hatred they have for everybody and anybody, the world and his brother. But soon, I'm afraid, it's going to be banging on their door. It's going to be, in our faces, all of us, very soon. And I need to be focusing on that and not wasting my time with these internet idiots. So there you are. That's the way it is. For me, it's very therapeutic to just get this shit out there, just so people can come across it and say, what an arsehole those people were. What bunch of arseholes. Fancy doing that. And as I said before,
they pray for the country. You would think they pray for things instead of doing a little parody showing what stupid people they
he's
are.
got too much time on his hands. He needs to get a bloody job. Anyway, on that, I've got to go. Nice talking to you two lads. Take care of yourselves. Have a good one, yeah?
All right, dude.
You take care. Thanks for letting me in. Yeah, speak soon, eh?
All right.
Bye.
God bless.
Bye.
Nice that the chat. Hey, Bob, I've got to go as well. I've got to get on with this stuff I'm doing. Otherwise, I'm going to be sat here and stuck in my
Yeah.
Thank you, Bob.
I'm going to make a cup of tea and then do some reading.
Sounds good.
All right, Ben.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bob.
All right, Ben.
God bless.
Yeah, God bless you, Ben. Right, I'm going to close now. Anybody wants to help out, give me some breathing space, I would appreciate it. If you don't want to, that's fine as well. Right, hold on.
Dormirse en la cama, darse prisa en tu alma, ratoncito en el club, no heroica, con Pau O'Malley, ratoncito le gusta danza cuando estudio en la escuela, pajarita se cubre botín cuando visita a su abuela, si necesita